Some of you may have heard about the Site 94 incident. Police investigated the laboratory of a small pharmaceutical company in Montana that had mysteriously lost connection with the rest of the company. They found everyone in the lab dead. The scientists, the test patients, everyone. All dead. Even the pet bird kept in the lobby. Officials stated that the deaths were to be attributed to a gas leak, and not a single person who worked on the site survived. Well, the officials are lying. I know they are, because I used to work there. I had just gotten out of college. My uncle, who worked at the company, was pretty high up on the corporate ladder and was able to get me a job there. An entry-level job, and I'd have to move to work there. But the pay was good, and I had always dreamed of living out in the countryside. Why not? I thought. What's the worst that could happen, right? Work my way up the ladder, eventually become so important I can live anywhere I want and still get paid well. It'd take a lot of work, yeah, but it'd be worth it. My first 5 months on the job were fairly uneventful. I got the routine down and learned about what it's like to work at a real lab. It's stressful, which is to be expected, I guess. The head scientist at the site was Dr. Richard Fulkrug, a brilliant, kind, seasoned scientist who made a name for himself working on cancer research in Switzerland. He helped me in my first weeks to get acquainted with the system. I would have probably been fired long ago if not for him. Dr. Fulkrug had a dream. He'd talk about it non-stop, at lunch, at closing time. I have to admit, I respected him a lot for it. He wanted to cure psychopathy. He had a cousin who was diagnosed as a psychopath, and thus he dedicated his entire life to curing it, researching everything he could. But according to him, the company wasn't willing to give him the assets to cure something that couldn't be cured. So whenever he talked about it, we would all just kind of roll our eyes. On September 16th, 2022, about 4 months into my job, everything changed. I had arrived at my usual time. We didn't usually start researching until noon. We'd have briefings on the day's agenda at 10, have a quick lunch at 11, and then head to work. I was in the lobby chatting with the security guard. His name was Larry. He was a chill dude. He spent some time in the army, eventually got into working as a security guard. We enjoyed just talking while people streamed in, having a cup of coffee. It was a nice tradition. At around 9:32, Dr. Fulkrug runs in. He's in an awfully cheery mood, giddy, like a schoolgirl. Me and Larry exchanged odd glances as he ran past, presumably into his office. "What the fuck was that all about?" Larry whispered to me. "I don't know. Should I go see?" I replied, gesturing to where his office was. Larry nodded, and with that, I headed to his room. I tapped lightly on the doorframe. "Come in," I heard Dr. Fulkrug say. I tentatively entered the room. "Is everything all right, Dr. Fulkrug? You were in quite a hurry to get into your office." Dr. Fulkrug motioned me to come over to his side. He said, "Everything is quite all right, my friend. I am elated, filled to the brim with joy. Just read this email and you'll see what I'm so thrilled about." I hunched over to read the screen. "Dear Dr. Richard Fulkrug, after careful consideration, the decision has been made by the board to greenlight your project to cure the mental illness of psychopathy." Dr. Fulkrug, that's fantastic. You can finally do what you always wanted to do. I had never seen Dr. Fulkrug smile as much as he did that day. About 1 month passed without a change to our schedule. I chilled in the lobby with Larry, went to conferences, then got to research. The agenda was usually working on COVID-19 cures, sometimes being allocated to other departments. One night, though, I received an email from Dr. Fulkrug that read, "Dearest colleagues, the company has agreed with the local Saywood Asylum. They have agreed to transfer one patient dealing with psychopathy to Site 94. If you received this email, you have been allocated to the research group on curing this subject. I expect all of you to be here at the site tomorrow by 9 to oversee the transfer." I smiled to myself. Fulkrug had finally done it. I couldn't sleep at all. Thoughts of what would happen tomorrow ran through my mind. Arriving at 8:30 a.m., there were already some people there. Larry was there, as always, and Dr. Fulkrug was there, gleaming with joy. Dr. Calvin, Dr. Fulkrug's assistant, Dr. Allison, and Dr. Basaka. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Finally, at 9, we saw a truck with the ensign of the Saywood Asylum roll into the parking lot. 2 guards stepped out and went to the back, opening the door and motioning for the patient to come with him. A man exited the van. He had a shaved head, and his hands were bound together with handcuffs. I instantly recognized him. He was Jeff Harrison. Now, anyone who knows anything about the modern criminal history of Montana knows Jeff Harrison. In 2013, he was a normal member of society. He had a nice, well-paying job, a loving wife, and 2 beautiful children. However, on December 29th, he just snapped. He went crazy and killed his entire family. After he killed them, he wandered the streets, covered in his family's blood, and tried chasing anyone he saw. The police were thankfully able to apprehend him before he was able to hurt anyone. He was diagnosed with severe insanity and condemned to the Saywood Asylum. No wonder there were so many guards. I counted about 6 following him. Dr. Fulkrug went out to meet them. I didn't catch the conversation, but I guess one of the labs had been converted into a temporary holding cell because that's where he led them. Jeff didn't seem to be too eager to have a conversation. He ignored Dr. Fulkrug's questions, looking down at the floor. At 1 p.m., we got to work on the cure. I had no idea how to go about it, but Dr. Fulkrug did, so we all just followed their lead. Dr. Fulkrug claimed that if we made a pill that made the body stronger, we could make the body so strong that it beat the mental illness. I've never heard of this idea. If it was true, then why hadn't it been done before? I had so many questions, but I trusted Dr. Fulkrug. He knew what he was doing, so I just shut up and enjoyed the ride. After all, being part of a group that cures a mental illness, that will certainly help me in life. The first couple weeks were just researching. At first, it looked like everyone had doubts and nervous glances across the room. But at the end of the day, Dr. Fulkrug was the most trusted man at that site. Nervousness was put to the side as we went to work. The prototype pill was fed to Jeff in late November. The pill certainly had some results. Jeff experienced heightened awareness and a brief episode of sanity. At that time, he and Dr. Fulkrug held a conversation. It was tragic. Anyone who had not known Jeff's past at that moment would have assumed he was a respected man in society. He was well-spoken and well-educated. I would have thought he was just a scientist who worked here. but it didn't last. About an hour into his episode of sanity, he reverted to his condition and attempted to lash out at Dr. Fulkrug, but was held back by the guards, who were ordered to stay at the site as defense. It was a miracle. Despite the disappointing end, we were invigorated to continue research. This was going to work. In the second half of December, a new pill was created. When exposed to it, Jeff seemed to have a quicker reaction time, turning nearly immediately at the sound of the exterior door opening to enter Dr. Fulkrug. He then experienced a full day of sanity. He was allowed to stroll through the garden outside and eat in the cafeteria with us, albeit heavily guarded. At 11:06, he reverted once again. He was subdued and put back in his cell. An internal debate began in the group. 3 scientists, led by Dr. Allison, believed they had done all they could. A pill that cures them for a day is already fantastic. It could be sold as a pill that's taken daily. It would help the patients and also secure continuous profit for the company. But Dr. Fulkrug disagreed. This wasn't about profit. This was about helping these people. And the only true way to help them was to make a pill that cures it permanently. Eventually, a vote was held, and Dr. Fulkrug's plan won 9-2. I voted for Fulkrug's idea. Over the next couple months, we worked hard on the super pill, as Dr. Fulkrug called it. This was gonna be the one that cured it. The pill failed many times. Each time, Dr. Fulkrug was more visibly frustrated than the last. Finally, on March 25th, the pill was finished. The pill was planned to be tested on the Friday of next week. Though the pill was finished, it had to be analyzed to make sure it was right. It had to be perfect. On Thursday, I fell ill. A bad pizza had me stuck in bed, vomiting into a bucket. I contacted Dr. Fulkrug to tell him that I would have to miss the test. He was sympathetic, but understood and wished me a speedy recovery. I groaned. I had worked on this pill with the group for months, and I wouldn't even be one of the first to see the fruits of our labor. Or so I thought. At 2:21, roughly, I received a FaceTime from Larry. Groggily, I picked up the phone. "Dude, we're about to start the trial." I sighed. "Larry, I'm kinda sick." Yeah, I know, but come on, man. You helped the scientists work on this. You deserve to see it." Larry flipped the screen of the camera. Jeff had been fed the pill, and Dr. Fulkrug entered the room. "Hello, Jeff. Are you there?" Fulkrug said tentatively. There was a brief silence before finally Jeff responded. "Ah, hello, Doctor. I am here. How are you today?" The ensuing conversation was fairly run-of-the-mill. They discussed the pill. Jeff almost cried tears of joy. He had been freed from a curse that had robbed him of his life. He explored the facility in depth. He was shown the lab where the pill had been made. Jeff tried to open the door, but the handle was crushed in his hand. "What the?" "Oh, yes. That's how the treatment worked. We had to strengthen your body so that it could fix itself. In all the others, we raised awareness in the mind and reaction time, but those would only result in short-term solutions. By increasing the strength, we've given the body the strength to resist it. It will certainly take some adjusting to, but eventually, you'll be able to live a normal life without any hiccups." "I see." Suddenly, I heard a crash. Larry flipped the camera to me and said, "Hang on, dude. I'll call you back." And then he hung up, leaving me alone, utterly confused about what happened. I never received a call back from Larry. I figured he was busy, but something didn't quite sit right with me. I waited all weekend, waiting for his name to pop up on my phone, but it never did. On Sunday, at 7 p.m., I heard a knock on my door. I opened the door, and 2 men in suits were waiting there. "Hello, you are Weston Adams, correct?" Yeah, that's me. What seems to be the problem?" I peered at the officers, trying to figure out what branch they were. They didn't look like police, but I didn't recognize the badge on their shoulders. "May we step in?" The agent's request broke me out of my trance. Yeah. Sorry, it's not well organized." "It's fine. We've dealt with worse." I motioned them onto the couch, and they took a seat. I noticed the blonde-haired agent set a recording device beside him and turned it on. The brown-haired one then spoke. "Dr. Adams, we are of the understanding you worked at a local lab, Site 94. Is that correct?" That is correct. Why?" The 2 agents exchanged glances. There was a strained silence, and then finally, the blonde one spoke. "There was an incident in your lab. I'm sorry, but all of your colleagues are dead." The news hit me like a brick. Larry, Dr. Fulkrug, all of them. Dead? It couldn't be. I had been talking to Larry just a while ago. It felt surreal. I felt something rising in my throat, which I finally let out. "What happened?" The brown-haired one pulled out a manila folder, giving it to me. I opened it and was shown the mugshot of Jeff Harrison. "From what our agents on the field were able to understand, your lab was working on a cure for the condition of Jeff Harrison. Is that correct?" Yes, we were working on developing a cure for psychopathy. It was spearheaded by Dr. Fulkrug. What happened?" "We've been able to piece together what we believe is a timeline of what happened. At 2:20, a pill was given to subject Jeff Harrison. The pill, from what I gather, increased the body's strength in an attempt to halt his illness from controlling the brain. This worked for a time, but then at 2:35, it halted. The normal brain state took back control, but the abnormal strength did not. The patient went into a state of uncontrollable rage and killed everyone present at the facility, including Dr. Fulkrug. He then escaped through a window, and his current whereabouts are, as of now, unknown." That was a lot to take in. "Everyone?" "Everyone but you. Which is why we came here. Why were you absent on that day of all days?" "I'd come down with a stomach bug and was given the clear to stay home by Dr. Fulkrug." "You knew nothing about what would happen when the pill was taken? No tinkering or anything of that nature?" No. Dr. Fulkrug, Larry, everyone at that site were friends. Maybe even family. I would never kill them." The 2 officers looked at each other. I could tell they were deciding what to think of what I'd said. Finally, they looked back at me. "Son, if what you're saying is true, you might just be the luckiest man I've ever met." Thank you." Finally, I asked the question I'd been wanting to ask since the beginning. Who are you guys? You don't look like police, and I don't recognize the logo on your shoulders. The two looked at each other once again. The blonde one shrugged and stopped the recording. He looked at me and said, "We are the Unnatural Occurrences Organization. You've never heard of us because we aren't supposed to be known. We don't stop the killers in the street. We stop the monsters in your closet. We're a government organization dedicated to the containment and, in some instances, eradication of items or entities that deny all logic." A stillness filled the air. It was a lot to unpack. All the conspiracies I'd heard over the years. Were they real? I had so much I wanted to ask, but at that moment, only one thing came out. Like the Mothman? Object 5473. Yes, it was terminated in 2014. Of course, now that you know all this, we will have to administer amnestics. The public can never learn about this. He began trying to pull something out of his suit, but the brown-haired one stopped him. Hang on, Scott. I think this guy could be a valuable asset to the organization. He has experience in the field of the human psyche. I think he could be an important member of the organization. That is, if you're up for it. I nodded my head immediately. I didn't want to forget about this. Not yet, at least. The agents pulled out another folder. Opening it, there was a paper on each side. One of the papers was a contract. The other was a non-disclosure agreement. I signed both of them. Wonderful. We're happy to have you involved in our mission, Dr. Adams. The company will email you the details. We will give you time to mourn the loss of your colleagues and organize your affairs. And with that, they left. That was well over a year ago. So much has happened since then. I had begun work there the next Monday and was forced to relocate again to the nearest site in Iowa. I've had to cut ties with the world I once knew in favor of this new one. I've seen things. Things you would never believe. Creatures that don't seem like they should, yet do, exist. Monstrous beasts. Creatures not even a child's nightmares could conjure up. I've also met numerous. Site 94 never reopened. The company as a whole collapsed shortly after. I never told another living soul outside the organization about what happened, what led me down this path, what happened to me, until now. I swore an oath of silence, to never speak to the outside world of this, but things have changed. I got home 5 nights ago after a long day. There had been an accident and one of my closer colleagues was tragically killed. The cause I will not disclose out of respect. In my fatigued state, I thought I saw Jeff Harrison on the hill facing my house. I thought nothing of it, just a hurt mind playing tricks on its owner. Then last night, as I was heading to bed, I saw him. He was even closer to me this time. He was in my yard, visibly smiling. It's like he was a cardboard cutout or something. I'm writing this because the world needs to learn about what goes on in the shadows. I don't care what the organization does to me. I don't care if they kill me, ruin my life, or stop me from ever having another happy day again. I'm a dead man walking anyway. This is Weston Adams, signing off. Last year, I learned a lesson I will never forget. Trust your gut. I had the day off from work. I wanted to do something fun, but everyone I knew was busy. Makes sense. I mean, it was a Tuesday. I decided I'd just go to the amusement park by myself. I've done it before and I had a great time. I'm a bit of a thrill seeker. Well, not too much anymore. Going 5 miles over the speed limit is about all the excitement I want out of life anymore. I got to the park around 2 p.m. It was slow, even for a Tuesday. It gave me a sense of excitement because I knew I'd be able to ride a lot of rides without having to be there all day. At the same time, it gave me a weird, uncanny feeling. All this space and not enough people to fill it up. But I ignored the feeling and moved on. I don't know about you, but whenever I go to an amusement park, I like to work my way up to the really crazy rides. I'll start small and finish off the day with my favorite. My favorite just happened to be called the Grim Reaper. Feels a little too on the nose, doesn't it? It was 7:30 p.m., and the park closed at 8 p.m., and I knew it was time to get in line for my final ride. I also made a new friend while there. We met standing in line at one of my first rides of the day. We decided after chatting the whole time in line that we'd hang out for the rest of the day. His name is Charlie. We agreed on every ride that day, except for the last. He wanted to end the night on the Mindbender, but after some convincing, aka the Mindbender's line was way shorter while passing by, we decided to do the Grim Reaper last. We got in line for the Grim Reaper, and there was hardly anyone in line. It made sense, given that it was almost closing time. "Do you think they'll let us ride multiple times if the line stays down?" Charlie said with his hands clasped excitedly in front of him. I just smiled at him and chuckled. Normally I would have been excited too, but something in my gut felt so off. For some reason, I didn't want to go on one of my favorite rides. Maybe it was the 5 corn dogs I ate a couple hours earlier, I figured. I'm a very rational person. I wasn't the kind of person to let anxiety or worry rule over me. I always thought life was just what you made of it. When we got in line, there were about 60 people, give or take. The people in front of us did their ride, and 30 of us were left in line. People started looking at the time and saying they were tired and just getting out of line. By the time it was our turn, only 19 people were in line. I knew the ride well enough to remember that it held 20 people, so if no one else got in line, they really might let us go multiple times. I really didn't want that, though. Honestly, I felt even more compelled to get out of line after all those others did too. And I didn't want to seem lame to my new friend if I wanted to get off the coaster after one ride. The time came for us to get on the ride. My heart was pounding faster than it ever had. I wondered if I was all worked up because I watched Final Destination 3 with a friend a couple weeks back. But I wasn't having any visions of the terrible fate we would all face. I was just feeling off. I did everything in my power to get it to all make sense and to not worry, but nothing worked. I seriously considered just telling Charlie I didn't feel great after the last ride, but I finally found someone with my taste in roller coasters. I didn't want to let him down. We were towards the back of the line, so we didn't have much say in where we sat. We ended up in the 3rd car from the front. I was just happy we weren't in the front car. As you get on the Grim Reaper, it plays a cheesy little jingle. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, the Grim Reaper will find you dead or alive. With music in the background that always sounded so dumb in the past, I couldn't believe it was getting to me. Charlie even hummed along to it while grabbing my arm with happiness. We got in our seats, and an employee came by and pulled down the metal bar restraint to secure us in our seats. It was the kind that strapped you individually over your shoulders. I'm on the chubbier side, but I can always fit into coaster seats. I've never been told I couldn't go on a ride. I'm just sometimes a little snug. It's actually kind of nice because I feel very secure. As we got strapped in, I felt the plastic-coated metal hit my shoulders and chest. It should have given me a sense of comfort and safety, but I just felt trapped. The employee walked back to the station that has the infamous big button that starts the ride. He flashed all a thumbs up and yelled, "Ready for the Reaper?" Everyone raised their hands and let out an excited scream, except for me. I let out a large sigh, counting down the seconds, trying to imagine Charlie and I once we were off the ride and how happy we would be. The employee hit the button, and we were off. The coaster shot out of the loading station like we were a bullet being shot out of a gun. After that, it started on a relatively slow ascent up to a point to a drop-off of 60 degrees, a couple twists and turns, a big loop, and some more twists and turns. About halfway through the ride, I was enjoying myself. I was thinking about how the hard part was done, and I was safe. Just a little anxiety was all. We were rounding our last bend when a sense of relief came over me. I could see the end of the ride. I was almost done. But the ride didn't start to slow down. Normally, the coaster starts to slowly come to a full stop several hundred feet from the end. But it was still going. As we passed the loading area, I saw the operators look confused as we raced by. I noticed no one else waiting in line. Someone screamed, "One more time!" and everyone on board gave an excited response. Everyone except for me. Charlie looked over at me and grabbed my wrist. "Yes, I knew they would let us keep going. This is awesome." He let out an excited yelp as we reached the climb to the drop. He was beaming with joy the whole rest of the lap. We passed by the loading area once again, but this time the coaster operator had a couple other people standing with him. The operator who strapped us in looked red and worried. As we were whipped by the employees for our third ride of the day, the other riders were divided. Some were still excited, screaming, "Let's go, one more time," or "Best day ever." Some people started to sound scared. Not everyone noticed the employees looking frazzled. I can promise you one thing. I noticed. We started going up the incline again. This was the slowest part of the ride, at about 10 miles per hour, and slowing down a little as it reached its peak. This gave us opportunities to take a breath or try to talk, although it was only for a total of about 20 seconds. Are we stuck?" I said nervously to Charlie. "I'm sure we're fine. There's just a malfunction with the electrical system not activating the brakes or something. There's always a manual shutoff." He was cut off and we went down the steep hill. We passed by yet again, this time with more people looking worried and someone standing close to where the coaster would go by. He tried to yell at us as we went by, but we couldn't really understand him. Maybe something about them working on getting us off. This time, as we zoomed by, everyone was scared and starting to panic. I guess it didn't sink in for some people what was happening until right now. We went around a 5th time, and everything remained the same. On the 6th time, we were at the peak and saw a fire truck coming into the parking lot. From the top of the incline, we had a perfect view of the parking lot, along with the side of a highway a little further out. It took 2 more loops around the track by the time the fire department got to us. And not just them, but police officers and ambulances. It started to scare me. Why did they get ambulances? Is it just protocol, or is there more to this? Someone came in a few minutes later with a big whiteboard that they used to write messages to us. The ride was too loud when passing by them to hear anything, so this was their only way to talk to us. It must have been the 12th or 13th time around when the whiteboard read, "Trying to free you at peak." I knew they couldn't write a novel for us because you can only read so much while going by so fast, but come on, people. What is that supposed to mean? I think they just wanted to tell us that they were working on a way to get us down, but that didn't matter. We had been stuck on this ride for nearly 30 minutes, and we felt sick, and our bodies hurt like crazy. A couple loops after that, we saw a fire truck trying to get underneath where the top of the ascend was. Luckily, there was a large space where the truck could pull right beside it. Unfortunately, at its peak, it's about 200 feet in the air. It also didn't have any emergency exits at the top, like most coasters do. You'd think that would be a requirement, but what do I know? We saw the fire truck start to expand the ladder that comes out the top, but it wasn't even close. We waited for the firefighters to try and figure out a solution to save us, as the audience below us was watching us like we were some kind of show. It was close to 45 minutes when the first death occurred, then one more soon after. There was a skinnier guy in a car behind me. I heard him talking about trying to slip out of the seat restraint, which secured him to his seat. The other guy he was with told him it was a bad idea, and so did I. The next time we went up the ascent, he began violently wiggling and thrashing back and forth, to the point where people thought he was going to throw off the ride. He managed to wiggle about halfway out, right at the top, but it didn't end very well. His leg got caught on a part of the track and yanked the rest of his body out of the bar restraint. It sent his body crashing down towards the earth. However, I think he was dead soon after he was ripped out of his seat. I didn't see too much of it, but the guy who was beside him let out an insane screech. Hearing that kind of agony as you're feeling the harsh effects of gravity hitting on your chest while going down a steep hill was truly mortifying. The screech out of nowhere stopped, and more people screamed. The man beside him had a heart attack. I could hear the symphony of moans and crying coming from the crowd watching us. I couldn't hear them before because of how loud the ride was, but they were terrified of what they saw. Police tried to escort them out of the park, but it didn't stop people from parking on the side of the road to watch and record on their phones. It made me feel disgusted. At around an hour on the ride, everyone stopped screaming or trying to talk to each other. It seemed like everyone accepted their fate. My nails were deeply embedded into Charlie's wrist. I couldn't scream anymore due to my throat feeling raw from the yelling. Even if I wanted to, I probably couldn't due to my voice giving out. I saw that I drew a little blood on Charlie, but he was too out of it to notice. He, along with a few other people, were incredibly sick. He threw up probably 5 times by this point and looked cross-eyed. Around that time, the electricity in the whole park shut down. All the lights, everything. I think they were hoping a hard reboot of the whole park would stop the ride. The coaster didn't just rely on gravity, but also on a lot of help from motors and other electronic elements. It all turned off when we were on the straightaway. Of course, it still didn't stop. I could hear someone yelling with frustration, not understanding how it could still be moving if it didn't have an electrical source. After 2 hours, they let some family members come into the loading area, which was a terrible idea. We were doing our best to keep cool and stay calm, our families watching us, zooming by them every 2 minutes, and absolutely screaming at us made it so much worse. My mom was my first family member to show up. Don't get me wrong, I love my mom, but she is very stubborn and wanted something done even though they had already tried everything. Of course, it was just because she wanted me safe, but it was stressing me out. The firefighters put down a safety net underneath the ascent. It was still quite a jump if we could even get out successfully to land on it. And we might be okay, but we were all a little scarred from what happened before. It seemed like they put it out just in case someone tried to get out again. It didn't seem like it was the plan to have us all jump out of that moving death machine. They weren't desperate enough at that point. We saw a large group of people passionately arguing and yelling at each other. From what I could tell, it was made up of family members, firefighters, and some employees of the park. I'm sure with lots of varying opinions. The ride was in hour 3. When the coaster entered the loading area once again, I saw a woman run over to the control panel. A couple people ran over to her and told her to stop and not press the button. She was screaming her head off and wailing. It had been hard to understand people in the past while going by them, but this was clear as day. As we passed by, I could tell she was starting to break free from the grip of people holding her back. I wasn't too worried. Whatever button she was wanting to press, I'm sure it wouldn't work since none of the other ones worked so far. We were about 5 seconds away from going down the descent when we heard a click come from all our seats. The woman hit the button that unlocked all our overhead seatbelts. Of course, the seatbelt button worked, but not the button to stop the ride. A few people reacted fast enough to either jump out or snap it back over themselves before the ride went down. Others weren't so lucky. 3 people managed to jump out, but didn't survive the fall. Despite there now being a giant net to catch anyone who was dumb enough to try and get out that high, one person hit a support beam on the way down, and the other 2 landed wrong when they hit the net. Their bodies folded in an unnatural manner as they hit. All 3 died instantly. I would say around half of us that were left managed to get the seatbelt secured before going down the hill. Everyone else had to hold on for dear life, and unfortunately, I was one of them. I felt my stomach start to drop as I reached up to grab the only thing that could keep me from becoming a part of the pavement below. The restraint wasn't completely useless at this point. I just had a good 12 inches in between my chest and the restraint. As I dug my fingers into the plastic, I hoped I'd be fine. Then the ride dropped. I felt my butt lift off the seat I'd become so familiar with. I tried to wrap my ankles around the floor of the coaster to keep the rest of my body from flying out. Charlie luckily got the restraint down, so he was trying to get his leg over mine and hold me down with his arm. After the longest 5 seconds of my life, I managed to pull it back down over my chest. I wasn't sure who else got theirs down, but I assumed from how scared a few of them sounded, it wasn't good. All I could think about and look at was the big loop coming up. As we got closer, I could hear swearing from multiple passengers, including someone in front of me. She was violently pulling at the restraint, but it just wasn't budging. I was hoping and praying that the centripetal force would keep her in her seat. As we went around the big loop, I closed my eyes. I knew I didn't want to see what was about to happen. I heard multiple people screaming and making horrendous cracking sounds. I don't have an exact number, but I would say only 7 people were left. I could see the 2 people in the very front row and Charlie beside me. I recall only hearing 3 other voices behind me at this point. At hour 5, 3 more people died while on the ride. 2 of them from a heart attack or something. The 3rd person, well, we watched the person beside him suddenly die while going around one of the bends. He yelled out in anger, and well, I'd actually rather not go into detail, but he died soon after. I saw the whole thing. There were the 2 people left in front of me and Charlie. At hour 6, we saw a group of people bringing in what looked like another large net, except that it was in the loading area. The next time we looped around, they wrote something new on the big whiteboard. We're going to try and stop it manually. I had no clue what this meant, but by the look of the net, I was terrified. The next pass, there were people on both sides of the loading area. On one side, the net was wrapped around a large pole that had been somehow fastened into the concrete slab. I saw a large similar pole on the other side, but the net wasn't yet attached. As we zoomed by, I could hear people trying to rush and hurry behind us. We went around one of the turns, and I cranked my neck looking to see what plan they had in mind. They were frantically trying to tie the other side of the net to the support beam that was freshly drilled into the ground. I couldn't believe how stupid these people were. How on earth did they think this was a good idea? Was this a last-ditch attempt? I was yelling at them and telling them to stop, but of course they couldn't hear me. Even if they could, they wouldn't listen. They were desperate to get at least someone out of this alive. Or maybe the owner of the park wanted us all to die so that no one could publicly talk about the horrific things we went through. As we went past the last bend, the hundreds of people watching the spectacle cheered, clapped, and celebrated, somehow not seeing any of the flaws with this terrible plan. We were on the straightaway and my heart started to pound again. The few seconds before we hit the net felt like slow motion. I swore I could see everyone's face. They looked happy. I couldn't believe it. It made me upset because I knew they were all about to be very disappointed. Finally, we hit the net. Of course, it was no match for a giant metal contraption hitting it. The metal pole was ripped out of the concrete slab and smashed right in between our car and the one behind us. As we headed for the incline, we tried to get the net that attached itself to us off the coaster. Luckily, we were able to get it off of us, but no luck with the metal beam that was now awkwardly lodged in the coaster. As we started to go down, the whole ride started to shake violently. It felt like we were about to fly off the track. We made it to the first turn. I heard a loud snap and 2 screams. The 7 coaster cars behind ours broke off, and the metal beam found its way underneath. As we turned, I watched in disbelief as the cars behind us all went flying off the tracks. At that point in the ride, it was about 50 feet off the ground, still enough to kill them. I wasn't fast enough to close my eyes, and I saw the whole thing. It went off the track like it had wings, and suddenly plummeted down into the earth. The screaming immediately stopped when the ride landed upside down. My imagination filled in the blanks and shuddered at the thought of the carnage below me. And then there were 2. We were hoping that somehow the ride would stop or slow down because we lost the back 7 cars. Was not sure what that logic was, but we were desperate at this point. After another hour, it was not showing any signs of slowing down. Once we made it to hour 8, we accepted our fate. I was hoping that this would all be over soon and we could just be done. I don't think either one of us thought we'd get off. We just hoped at this point that our deaths would be quick. Over the next couple hours, we noticed a piece of metal in the car ahead of us start to wobble and loosen. I'm not sure if it was just the wear and tear of the ride going for so long or the whole net fiasco. It kept looking like it was about to come loose, and we'd duck out of the way. We were imagining the worst possible outcome, thinking it would fly off and decapitate one of us. Eventually it did come off, but it wasn't a dramatic moment like we thought it would be. It was so much worse. Instead of coming all the way off, it only partially came off and started grinding loudly against the track. We heard an audible cringing sound from everyone watching below. The sound was horrendous. The thin strip of metal started to find its way underneath the car. Charlie was worried it would dislodge the coaster from its tracks like we just saw hours before. He told me he was going to try and grab it. I begged him not to. After a few laps of me telling him to just leave it, he made up his mind and contorted his body to try and grab the sharp metal. I couldn't see his hand as he reached down for it, but I could see his face. Somehow, that made it worse. His expression quickly changed from focused to shocked in a matter of seconds. His face was blank. I heard screaming but had no clue what was going on. He lifted up his arm, and I don't think I'll ever be able to get the image of what used to be his arm out of my head. When he gripped the metal, it slipped and went deep into his forearm. I tried to grab his shoulder to calm him down, but to my shock, he was calm. He was more silent at that moment than he had been the whole day. He wouldn't even look at me. He was almost mesmerized by the sight of his bloody, disfigured arm. I felt lightheaded and had ringing in my ears, watching the blood start to make its way down his entire body, then to me, and the floor of the coaster. It was making me feel sick watching the blood move around the car as we went around the twists and the turns of the ride. Within minutes, Charlie looked like a ghost. I did my best to try and wrap his arm up with shreds of my shirt, but it was completely pointless. I don't think an old t-shirt can help when you see the bone. I tried to talk to him. I tried to make him feel as comfortable as I could, but it was no use. He was fading in and out of consciousness. We began going up the ascent, and he finally looked over at me. I couldn't begin to explain all that I saw in his eyes. I could see the pain and sadness, but also the relief. He knew he was going to die, but I don't think he cared. He gave me a weak nod and looked ahead as we went down the hill. I tried to keep a close eye on him this lap, but it was honestly hard to look at him. I heard him take a deep breath right before the loop. When we finished the loop, I looked over at him, and he was gone. I was now left alone in this death trap. I never imagined it could have gotten any worse, but having a dead body sitting next to you on a roller coaster is not something I would recommend. I was sitting in shock next to my dead friend for a couple hours. I was frozen in fear, not wanting to even think of a way out. After gaining some courage, I contemplated my next move. I came back into reality and realized the coaster was going just slightly slower. It wasn't significant, but if the loops were taking just slightly longer than before, that damn piece of metal that killed Charlie must have made its way underneath and not derailed, but slowed it down. I ended up taking off my shoes and Charlie's shoes. I had a plan that was probably dumb, but if I died, at least they would be in my hands. As I went by the loading area, the coaster started to slow down just before the ascent. I threw all 4 shoes right in front of the ride. A part of a shoe caught the truck in just the right spot. The ride was still. I could feel the coaster almost pulsing, trying to move with all its might. I was sore. My shoulders were badly bruised by the shoulder restraint, repeatedly hitting me over and over again. My whole lower half aching from sitting in a hard seat for hours on hours. I took a deep breath and squeezed in my gut like I never had before. I let out a horrific yell as I forced my body out of the restraint that had been holding me down for the last 12 hours, about 360 times around the track. My heart was racing as I felt the coaster start to win the battle to move again. I managed to squeeze out just seconds before it took off. I was freed and jumped. Luckily, I just barely hit the net below. I also managed to hit the net, so it didn't hurt myself too badly. Nothing is worse than what that ride already did to me. I laid on the net, looking up into the sky in disbelief. I was still. I wasn't moving. It was almost making me feel motion sick not moving around, like when you're reading a book in a car and you look up after an hour. Everything was blurry. I could barely hear the faint sound of people trying to get to me, but it was mostly just my ears ringing and my heart beating. After just a few minutes, I was down. They rushed me to the ER, where I stayed for 3 weeks. I sustained a broken rib, a broken collarbone, severe bruising, and a concussion, just to name a few, not to mention the mental trauma. I'm writing this as I'm feeling ready to finally tell my story. This is the first time I'm digging back into my memories and recollecting the whole experience. I've started to work through all this with a therapist, and it's made me realize I need to get it out of my system. Don't bother trying to find anything about this story. The owners of the park have done a suspiciously good job hiding it. That's another reason I want to get my story out there. They have completely scrubbed the internet of it somehow. Although talking to a professional has helped, there are still some sounds and images that I can just never completely get out of my head. If you take one thing from my story, it's that you should trust yourself. Even if you don't believe in a higher power or gut instincts. If you have a feeling, trust it. Please. My apartment was exactly what you'd expect from a cop who spent more time at the precinct than at home. The wallpaper peeled at the corners like old scabs. The carpet was a mottled gray that might have been blue in another decade, and the persistent smell of mildew suggested the plumbing was older than the landlord cared to admit. It wasn't much, but it was my refuge from the chaos of New York City, my own rundown castle. One lethargic Sunday afternoon, as the city exhaled the heat from the relentless August sun, I stood on the fringes of my small bathroom, scrutinizing my reflection in the faded mirror. I needed to shave, my beard a rough map of the past stressful week. As I nudged the mirror to get a better angle, it shifted slightly, revealing a corner of yellowed paper tucked behind it. Curious, I pried the mirror further open. It creaked in protest, the sound sharp in the quiet apartment. Behind it, I found an envelope, the paper thin and brittle to the touch. Written on the front in a hurried scrawl was, "Rules of Passage." My brow furrowed. My first thought was a prank, some twisted joke played by a fellow officer or a friend. But as I sliced the envelope open and unfolded the letter inside, the list of rules I found was anything but ordinary. Do not make eye contact. Do not speak to them. Never carry more than can fit in your pockets. Do not take what is not dropped. Ignore all pleas for help. Do not eat or drink anything. Avoid the man in the conductor's uniform. Never go beyond the last platform. Never board the train. If you wish to leave, you must jump in front of the train. I read through the list twice, then a third time. My initial reaction was disbelief mixed with an uneasy chuckle. It had to be a joke, a bizarre, detailed, and somewhat macabre joke, but a joke nonetheless. I'd imagined my buddy Rick's laughter when I confessed to being spooked, the precinct's break room echoing with hoots and hollers. Shaking my head, I placed the letter on the bathroom counter, my detective's mind idly noting the lack of dust around the mirror. It was odd, given my general neglect of my cleaning habits. The rules themselves were nonsensical, yet oddly specific. Avoid the man in the conductor's uniform. Never board the train. It read like a bad movie script. The practical part of me wanted to crumble the paper up and forget it ever existed. Yet, something nagged at me. A whisper of curiosity. Or perhaps the echo of instinct honed by years on the force telling me not to dismiss it outright. With a resigned sigh, I tucked the letter into my jacket pocket. figuring it might make for an amusing story to share with Rick the next day. As I reset the mirror, my reflection staring back at me seemed to carry a hint of caution, as if the tired eyes looking back at me also whispered, "Be careful." I left the bathroom, the letter's words echoing in my mind. It was just a prank, I reassured myself. But as the city outside buzzed and the shadows in my apartment deepened with the setting sun, the list of rules felt more like a warning than a joke. And deep down, as the evening crept over New York, I couldn't shake the feeling that my life had just taken a turn. A week had passed since I discovered the bizarre list of rules behind the bathroom mirror. Each day the letter's presence gnawed at me, an itch in the back of my mind that wouldn't subside. The rules haunted my thoughts, whispering through my daily routines, disturbing my sleep. Finally, unable to quell my growing obsession, I decided to investigate. It was late, the kind of late that blanketed the city in a deep, uneasy quiet. I stood before my bathroom mirror, the letter in hand, rereading each rule as if trying to decode a secret message hidden in plain sight. With a deep inhale, I gripped the edges of the mirror and pulled. The mirror gave way with a groan, revealing not just the wall behind, but an opening. A dark, elongated tunnel that seemed to stretch into impossible nothingness. Curiosity, sharp and demanding, overtook my hesitation. Flashlight in hand, I stepped into the tunnel. The air was cool and damp, the walls rough and encrusted with what looked like centuries of grime. I walked for what felt like miles, the beam of my flashlight a small, brave spot of light against the overwhelming dark. Suddenly, the tunnel ended, and I stepped out onto a platform. I blinked in astonishment. Before me lay a subway station, seemingly ripped from the 1940s. It was perfectly preserved, as if it were still in use. Advertisements for victory bonds adorned the walls, and the scent of old, dry wood mixed with a faint trace of tobacco smoke hung in the air. My footsteps echoed on the stone platform as I moved cautiously forward. The station was eerily quiet. No announcements, no clattering of trains. Then I saw them. People. Or rather, figures that resembled people, each dressed in period attire, their faces blurred and indistinct, going about their business as if I wasn't there. I remembered the first rule. Do not make eye contact. Lowering my gaze, I observed them from the corners of my eyes. They didn't speak or interact with me. They seemed completely unaware of my presence, phantoms of a bygone era caught in a loop of routine. A sudden chill made me shiver, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. As I ventured deeper into the station, I recalled the second rule. Do not speak to them. I bit my tongue as a spectral old man nearly bumped into me, muttering apologies to no one as he shuffled past, newspaper under arm. My attention then shifted as a figure distinct from the rest paced the platform. It was a man in a conductor's uniform, his face harsh and creased with what looked like perpetual anger. The uniform was impeccable, the buttons polished to a shine, and his cap pulled low over his brow. As I watched, the conductor stopped and surveyed the platform with a scowl, his eyes seeming to look right through the spectral passengers. I kept my distance, observing the conductor's routine, noting his paths and stops. The longer I stayed, the more the place felt suffocating, a strange pressure building in my ears. Remembering the final rule, I knew it was time to leave. I couldn't risk getting trapped here. I turned towards the tunnel, then hesitated. On the ground near where I had appeared was a handful of coins, old and tarnished. Do not take what is not dropped, the rule echoed in my mind. These were dropped, so it must be fine, right? I picked them up, rationalizing that it was worth the risk for proof that I wasn't hallucinating. With one last wary glance at the stern-faced conductor, I turned back to the tunnel to realize it was sealed. I placed my hand on the wall and felt nothing but cold, unyielding stone. I remembered what I had to do, and scanned the scene until I saw a track with the train only beginning to take off. It accelerated at an impossible rate, but I was able to make it to the edge of the platform just in time. I jumped in front of the phantom machine that made no sound as it raced towards me. Closing my eyes at the last moment, I braced for impact, only to find myself tumbling onto the cold, hard tiles of my bathroom floor. Gasping for air, clutching the coins in my fist, I lay there for a moment, the reality of my apartment crashing back around me. I had escaped the station, but the station hadn't quite left me. As I stood, shaky and disoriented, the weight of the coins in my hand was a solid, undeniable confirmation of the night's reality. The portal was real, the rules were real, and I had a fistful of evidence. The first trip through the mirror tunnel left me both exhilarated and terrified. The coins I'd pocketed, a handful of pre-World War II nickels and dimes, were tangible proof of my unbelievable journey. As morning light seeped through the grimy windows of my apartment, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the events of the night replaying in my mind like a looped film reel. Determined to understand the value of my find, I decided to visit a local antique shop known for its collections of coins and historical memorabilia. The small bell above the door jingled as I entered, the musty smell of old books and rust greeting me. The shopkeeper, a stooped old man with thick glasses perched on his nose, looked up from his newspaper as I approached the counter. "Can I help you?" the shopkeeper asked, eyeing my nervous demeanor. "I found these in my grandfather's attic," I lied smoothly, placing the coins on the counter. "Wondered if they might be worth anything." The shopkeeper picked up a coin, his eyes narrowing as he examined it. Pre-war coins. Quite a nice find indeed." He tested each coin with a small magnifying glass, then looked up at me, curiosity sparking in his eyes. "Not something you see every day. Where did you say you found them?" "My grandfather's attic. He was a bit of a collector," I repeated, maintaining my facade of casual disinterest. After a few minutes of haggling, I walked out of the shop with a substantial amount of cash, much more than I had anticipated. The weight of the money in my pocket felt like a burning promise of potential. However, before I made it out the door, the shop owner said something that stuck in the back of my mind. "A word of caution," the shopkeeper said, his voice low and urgent. "The treasures of the past often come with a price. Be sure you're willing to pay it." Fueled by success, my visits to the station became more frequent. Each journey through the tunnel was a calculated risk, but the temptation of easy wealth was too strong to resist. I followed the rules meticulously, never making eye contact, never speaking to the spectral passengers, and always avoiding the conductor. My collection grew. Old bills, more coins, and even a few historical trinkets small enough to fit in my pockets. But with the increasing visits, my behavior at work began to change. I was distracted, my thoughts constantly wandering to my next trip through the mirror. My colleagues took notice, especially when I started showing up with new watches and unexplained cash. Rumors started. Whispers of evidence tampering, or worse. Rick Dalton, a fellow detective and supposed friend, confronted me one day in the locker room. "Hey Johnny, you hitting the casino these nights? You've got the look of a man who's found a gold mine." "Just some good luck on a few bets," I deflected, uncomfortable with the scrutiny. Rick raised an eyebrow but didn't push further. The conversation, however, heightened my paranoia. I knew I had to be more careful, but the call of the coins, the whisper of the wind through the station, was irresistible. One afternoon, after pocketing a particularly rare find, a 1941 Liberty half-dollar, I decided it was time to lay low for a while. I had enough stashed away to ease up, but as I turned to leave the station, I felt a chilling gaze on my back. Twisting around, I saw the conductor, standing far down the platform, staring directly at me. My heart skipped a beat. Had I been too greedy? I quickly averted my gaze and rushed to a platform with a train just starting to accelerate. Jumping in front of the approaching train, I braced for the now familiar jolt, only to awaken in my bed, sweating and shaken. The room felt colder, the shadows deeper, and as I clutched the Liberty dollar, I realized I had crossed the line. The game was changing, and the rules might not protect me much longer. The precinct was bustling, the air thick with the usual blend of coffee, anxiety, and determination. I felt the weight of eyes on me as I navigated through the desks, my recent financial uptick not going unnoticed among my colleagues. Whispers followed me like shadows, each murmur a thread weaving a net of suspicion. Rick Dalton finally cornered me near the water cooler, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity. "Johnny, can we talk?" he asked, nodding towards the empty interrogation room. Inside, the room felt colder than usual, the stark light highlighting the seriousness on Rick's face. "It's about these sudden gains of yours, John. People are talking. They're saying you might be into something off the books." My stomach tightened. I'd known this conversation was coming, yet it did little to ease the sting. "Rick, it's nothing shady, I swear." Rick raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. "Then explain it to me. Make me believe it, because right now, it looks bad, man." I hesitated, the secrets of the mirror and the station heavy on my tongue. I'd kept it all so close, but Rick's trustful eyes, the history we shared, all demanded the truth. "It's complicated, more than you can imagine," I started, my voice low. "But I'll show you, both of you," I added, noticing Lucy Grant hovering near the door, her intuition clearly piqued. Later that evening, under the guise of casual beers, I led Rick and Lucy into my dimly lit apartment. The mirror, once just a reflective surface, now felt like a gateway to pandemonium. "Before I show you, you need to promise me. Whatever you see, whatever you hear, you keep it between us, and follow my rules strictly," I instructed, my tone grave. Lucy, ever the skeptic, crossed her arms. "You're freaking me out, John." Rick clapped me on the back with a half-hearted chuckle. "Lead the way, officer." I pulled the mirror aside, revealing the dark, elongated tunnel behind it. Rick's chuckle died in his throat, his eyes widening in disbelief, while Lucy let out a low whistle. "Holy hell, John. What is this?" Rick stepped closer, his detective instincts kicking in, examining the edges, the depth. "It's a tunnel to another time, another place." "It sounds crazy, but that's the best way I can explain it," I said, stepping into the darkness to demonstrate. Hesitant, yet intrigued, Rick and Lucy followed. The walk through the tunnel was quiet, the air thick with anticipation and the cool dampness of the unseen world around us. Emerging onto the platform of the station, we were each hit with the authenticity of the scene, the smell of coal and old wood, the sound of distant trains, the murmur of spectral passengers in period attire. All of it was overwhelming. "This is unbelievable," Lucy murmured. Her previous skepticism vanished, replaced by awe and a hint of fear. "It's like we've stepped into the past." I reiterated the rules. No eye contact, no speaking to the passengers. Take only what is dropped, and most importantly, never board the train or go beyond the last platform. When it's time to go, jump in front of a train. "Why all the rules?" Rick asked, scanning the bustling ghosts of the past. "They're not just for show. I don't know what happens if you break them, but I promise you it's nothing good," I emphasized, watching a porter pass by with a cart of luggage. We moved cautiously along the platform, the spectral figures brushing past us, each locked in their own silent world. The temptation to interact was palpable, but my stern reminder of the rules echoed in our minds. As we turned to leave, a glint of silver caught my eye, an old coin, lying just beside the tracks. I picked it up, showing it to Rick and Lucy. "Everything here is real, from back then, and it's valuable, but we must be careful." We spent a few minutes wandering around, collecting oddities off the floor. When we were all ready, with a nod, we jumped down on the tracks and let the blinding light race towards us. Moments later, we came to on the bathroom floor, followed by several minutes of silence. "What now?" Lucy asked, the reality of our discovery settling in. "Now we decide what to do next," I said, knowing well that the temptation of the station, its dangers cloaked in allure, would test us all. Weeks passed as Rick, Lucy, and I regularly visited the station, our pockets growing heavier with each visit. The temptation of wealth overshadowed the dangers. The rules became more of a guideline than a lifeline. It was a late summer evening when we found ourselves once again on the familiar platform, the air thick with anticipation and the musty scent of the past. Lucy, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous curiosity, pulled Rick aside as I rummaged through a pile of abandoned suitcases. "I want to try something," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the distant rumble of trains. Before Rick could protest, Lucy approached one of the spectral passengers, a woman in a faded, flowery dress, her face a blur of muted features. With deft fingers, Lucy slipped the woman's necklace off and into her pocket, a victorious grin spreading across her face. But as she turned to Rick, her triumph faltered at his expression of pure, unadulterated horror. Confused, Lucy spun back to the woman, only to find herself staring into a face now hauntingly clear, mascara-stained tears streaking down her cheeks. "Help me," the woman pleaded, her voice a chilling whisper. I'm sorry, Lucy stammered, her words swallowed by the sudden, deafening silence that descended upon the station. I, realizing the unfolding catastrophe, could only watch as every spectral figure turned towards Lucy, their faces contorted in a collective rage. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Lucy whimpered, her voice small and broken as the ghostly crowd advanced, their hands outstretched, grasping, tearing. In the distance, the conductor's eyes blazed with a fury that burned through the very fabric of reality. Lucy's screams echoed through the station as the vengeful specters descended upon her, their incorporeal forms suddenly all too solid, all too violent. Rick, his mind reeling, stumbled back towards the tracks, his voice cracking as he yelled to me, "We need to leave, now." I, transfixed by the spot where Lucy had stood just moments before, barely registered Rick's words. As we turned to flee, the conductor materialized before us, his presence a suffocating force. He pointed at me, then at Rick, his eyes promising retribution as he strode towards us with purposeful steps. "Jump, now, in front of the train," I screamed, my voice raw with desperation. But Rick, consumed by panic, made a fateful decision. As the spectral train glided into the station, its form a shimmering aberration, Rick leaped through its closing doors, my anguished cries fading behind him. Reaching the platform's edge, I could only watch as the train carried Rick away, his face a mask of sheer terror pressed against the window. The conductor, his scowl deepening, watched the train disappear into the abyss, his vengeance unsated. With a pounding heart and ragged breaths, I steeled myself for the inevitable. As the next train approached, I closed my eyes, whispered apologies to my fallen friends, and jumped. My hands shook as I stared at the blank wall where the hole once was. The ghost of the portal that had swallowed my friends, now just a patch of mismatched paint in my dimly lit bathroom. The reality of Rick's terrified face pressed against the train window haunted me. The echo of Lucy's screams merged with the constant, oppressive silence of my apartment. In a frantic haze, I grabbed a hammer and began to tear into the drywall, each strike a mix of hope and desperation. Dust and plaster flew around me as I dismantled the wall piece by piece, revealing not the eerie station or the darkened tunnel, but the mundane sight of my kitchen tiles through a jagged hole. With nothing left to do, I put the mirror back up, covering the scars of my frenzy. The reflection that stared back at me was a man broken, eyes hollow, the weight of my unshared secret. The following weeks were a blur of police activity and whispered rumors. I participated in the searches for Rick and Lucy, my gut twisting with every false lead and dead end. The precinct was rife with speculation and suspicion, the eyes of my colleagues probing and questioning. I maintained a facade of concerned confusion, but inside, I was a tumult of guilt and fear. At night, I lay awake, the images of my last visit replaying behind my eyelids, the anger in the conductor's eyes, the spectral hands reaching for Lucy, Rick's decision to board the train. The rules we had broken haunted me, each one a lash against my conscience. Weeks turned into a month, and the search for Rick and Lucy began to dwindle, the case growing cold but never settling. The precinct slowly returned to its usual rhythm, but I felt detached, moving through my duties as though underwater. One quiet evening, as I sat at my kitchen table nursing a beer, a faint tapping sound pulled me from my thoughts. It was rhythmic, insistent. With a heavy heart, I stood and made my way to the bathroom. The sound grew louder as I approached. I reached out a trembling hand and took the mirror down once more, expecting to see the dark tunnel stretching out before me. Instead, there was only the wall, innocuous and taunting. I replaced the mirror, but as I turned to leave, a small envelope slid out from under the edge of the frame. I picked it up, the paper familiar yet ominously heavy in my hand. I tore it open, and a single folded piece of paper fell into my palm. Unfolding it, I read the new set of rules, my heart sinking with each word. Do not return for them. Do not look for doors where there are none. The past cannot be saved. Remember them as they were. I've always associated my birthday with that depressing time of year where a cozy autumn turns into an early winter decay, where colorful leaves die, leaving a withered brown shell behind. Still, people are expected to celebrate their birthdays, It's strange if one doesn't. I don't. My fiancé recently asked me why I never celebrate my birthday, and it's a hard one to explain. When you've been through something traumatic, everything sort of brings you back to that moment, one way or another. And while I'd love to tell her about it, I don't think I can without sounding like a maniac. I thought I'd start by just telling my story anonymously, and sort of go from there. It was the year I turned 13. Since You've Been Gone was blasting on the radio every hour of the day. My friends and I were quoting How I Met Your Mother religiously. It was a good time to be a kid. Since my birthday was in the middle of the school week, my big birthday plans were postponed until the upcoming weekend. Still, I couldn't complain. Birthday cake on a Tuesday didn't sound all that bad. I got home, had a small celebration with my parents, and opened a few presents. 2 new games for my PlayStation 2. Score. I finished up my homework and browsed the net for a few hours ahead of my scheduled bedtime when there was a knock at the door. We rarely had visitors, so to have someone knocking at our door at 10 p.m. was unusual, to say the least. My parents had already opened the door by the time I was halfway down the stairs. There was a man in a fancy jacket with a clipboard standing outside, along with 2 armed guards. I sort of fell into the middle of the conversation. "So we need you to sign the consent form, and we'll get started," the clipboard man said. "Any questions?" "This can't be legal," my mom said. "On what kind of authority are you—" "Ma'am, this is an emergency. We have been authorized to bring anyone and everyone, if need be. But I promise you, it'll be a less pleasant experience than what you could achieve here in the comfort of your own home." As the discussion continued, the armed men pushed into the house. They had a sort of checklist they were going through, asking questions as they poked and prodded. Someone mentioned a satellite phone, which we didn't have. I hurried back upstairs. From my window, I could see them putting wheel locks on our car. They were testing some sort of electrical equipment too, and as they did, I could see the internet connection on my computer disappear. My cell phone lost all bars, and while I didn't check, I suspected they'd done something to our landline as well. They were isolating us, putting us under some sort of lockdown. I still didn't have the slightest idea of who these people were. There were no patches, badges, ranks, or symbols. Just a bunch of serious-looking men in windbreakers, with visible gun holsters. After a few minutes, one of the men entered my room. My parents were worried sick, but were told to wait outside. The man was about 6'4", and had the look of someone who could kill me with his bare teeth if need be. Without a word, he started to go through my things. "You got any walkie-talkies?" he asked. "Any radio science projects, something like that?" "Nope," I said, shaking my head. "I got a PlayStation 2. That can go online, right?" I never got the chance to answer before my mom added, "We don't let him play online games," she said. "It can't do that." As if to make sure, he pulled the power cable and dropped it in a sealed bag along with various knickknacks and keys they'd collected. They weren't taking any chances, and I wasn't playing my new games anytime soon, it seemed. As they finished their impromptu house inspection, we were asked to gather downstairs. The fancy man with the clipboard cleared his throat, and the room fell deathly silent. Even my dad, who was usually a very assertive man, didn't have much to add to the conversation. That's how you knew it was serious. "For 72 hours, this and surrounding neighborhoods are under lockdown," the man explained. "There is a localized problem related to a recent geological event, which has caused some unexpected issues. I'm sure you've noticed some minor oddities as of late." "Like what?" my dad added. "Milk turning sour, house plants getting a strange color tint, swarms of frogs cluttering the roads. My parents said nothing, but they nodded. Perhaps they'd seen something I hadn't. The man put his clipboard down as he explained, calmly. You have been exposed to something akin to a chemical. It reacts violently to the release of certain hormones which are associated with deep REM sleep. To ensure your safety, we are currently enforcing a temporary 72-hour ban on sleep. Excuse me? My dad took a step forward, but one of the armed men responded in kind. They both stopped before it had the chance to escalate. Exposure was approximately 9 hours ago, meaning you have about 63 hours left to go. That'll be approximately 1 p.m. on Friday. There is no way we can... This is non-negotiable. This is a matter of your security, sir. We have an emergency health service site, but I can promise you that it won't be pleasant. You will be chemically induced into sleeplessness for the full duration of exposure until the event is past. It can cause long-lasting brain damage. We were handed a folder each, explaining our responsibilities and rights. An unmarked red folder with 3 papers. One explaining their right to force this upon us, another explaining that we'd already signed the consent papers, and a third one was a form explaining exactly when we could go to sleep. There was also an inventory form explaining the items we were to have returned at the end of containment. They left a box of 50 glass vials, some kind of 4-hour booster shots. The man explained how underage children were not to take more than 1 every 7 hours, and that my mother, if pregnant, shouldn't take any at all. Luckily, my mom wasn't pregnant. I'm an only child. We were also given fiber bars with some kind of hormone supplement, unmarked and unbranded, but warm. Maybe they were made recently. The packaging was sloppy at best. The fancy man was trying his best to explain, and I could see my parents were eager to listen, but I barely understood half of it. Instead, I looked at the armed guards. They looked exhausted. Maybe they, too, weren't allowed to sleep. One of them had his mouth open and almost drooled, blinking one eye at a time. I could have sworn he nodded off for a second, which prompted him to take a walk outside. I don't know if we can do this, my mother complained. It's a lot to ask. We've only just... If at any point you can't do this, you need to call this number. It's the only number that works, the man said, pointing to the final line on the final page of the folder. If someone falls asleep and can't be awakened within a few minutes, they're in terrible danger. If that happens, try to keep them awake by any means until we can get here to pick them up. And then they'll be taken to our site in Mankato, where they'll be chemically induced to stay awake. So, what exactly happens if someone doesn't make it? My mom asked. If we all just fall asleep? The man shook his head, tapping the clipboard with his pen. They will most probably die. Others might too. While they went into the kitchen to explain the details, the angry-looking guard approached me with the sealed bag, handing me back my PlayStation 2 power cable. He gave me a pat on the shoulder. I checked with the tech team, he said. You're good to go. And, happy birthday. I'd almost forgotten that it was my birthday. I appreciated the gesture, but I just couldn't bring myself to smile. I had too many questions bubbling in the back of my head, and I was too afraid to speak. They probably talked for another 20 minutes or so before the men left, leaving my parents and I alone in the kitchen. My mother was smoking under the kitchen fan. I had only seen her smoke 2 times. Once when she lost her job, and another time when her father got sick. Smoking in the kitchen was a surefire way to tell something was wrong. Dad was sitting with his arms crossed, looking at the box of booster shots. This is not a joke, my dad finally said. "This is very serious. We're all gonna need to help each other get through this." Mom said nothing, but I could see her hands trembling. She'd been crying. She was shaking so much that the ash from her cigarette didn't reach the ashtray. It just plopped down on the stove. "We can't be alone," Dad continued. "We're gonna do our best to keep busy. You can play as many games as you want, but you can't fall asleep." "They gave me back my power cable," I said. "Does that mean it's okay for me to use the PlayStation?" "It's okay," Mom coughed. "It's okay, honey. Play your games." For the first few hours, I didn't understand what the big deal was. No more school for the rest of the week, no bedtime, and unlimited screen time. That didn't sound too bad. I gamed late into the night. Sly 2 and Ratchet and Clank were on the menu, and I had a blast. I got some snacks, along with one of those fiber bars. They tasted like twigs and raisins, but it made my brain calm. Not tired, but it made it easier to focus. It also made it harder to shut my eyes, making my eyelids itch. All lights in the house were kept on all throughout the night. Mom and Dad kept playing music on the downstairs stereo, and they desperately tried to keep me engaged. I was engaged enough just playing games, so I think it was more for their benefit rather than mine. At 5 a.m., Dad took his first booster shot. I could hear it all the way from upstairs. He was cussing pretty hard. Apparently those things tasted like a mix of stale rice and death. Mom took her first boost about half an hour later, but she mixed it with orange juice. Apparently that helped. By 7 a.m., even I was feeling it. I'd never been up all night playing games like that on a school day before. Sure, I've pulled all-nighters with my friends, but it was usually something we prepared for. So by early morning, I could feel myself nodding off. My parents were checking in on me every now and then and decided to act. We were having family breakfast, pretending as if we'd already slept. "You're always cranky in the morning," Mom said. "Try to imagine this is just that. Another cranky morning." I knew for a fact that they'd slipped one of the boosters into my cereal. I saw 3 empty vials on the counter, and I knew none of them had taken a second one yet. Still, I had little choice but to try. We weren't even halfway through the containment yet. As we finished our breakfast, we could hear a commotion outside. I was upstairs brushing my teeth, watching through the hallway window. It was our neighbors. Larry Peterson, the 55-year-old man who worked the fishing supplies at the local mini-mall, crawled out his front door. He was throwing up something black and blue onto the pavement. I'd never seen this man do anything more physically straining than try to start a lawnmower, and now he was crawling on all fours like his life depended on it. I could hear his wife calling out from inside. She was screaming at him, but I couldn't hear what. Larry got up and almost leapt into the back of his pickup truck in a show of athleticism I'd never seen from him before. It wasn't until his wife got out of the house that I could hear what she was saying. "Larry," she cried. "Larry, wake up." I saw Larry Peterson grab a wrench, get out of his truck, and grab his wife by the hair. Suddenly, a hand covered my eyes as my father dragged me away from the window. I could hear a scream turn into a gargle, followed by a hearty laugh, one I'd heard 1,000 times before. The same kind of laugh Larry Peterson would chuckle up whenever my dad tried to pull off a bad pun. My mind painted me a picture of what happened, and it wasn't pretty. My dad spun me around and stared into my eyes. I could tell he wasn't himself. There were more lines across his face that I hadn't seen before. "Stay with me and Mom," he said. "Don't look outside. People are getting sick." Are we getting sick, Dad? I asked, a yawn escaping me. He shook me a little, as if to make sure I was paying attention. We'll be fine, he said. It's just a matter of time. But I don't want you to see people getting hurt. Larry isn't feeling well. There was a knock at the front door. Dad took point as Mom hid in the bedroom. I remember standing on the top of the stairs, looking over the railing to the floor below. There was a violent, angry pounding on the door. Larry Peterson's soft chuckle coming from the other side. He didn't say anything. He just pounded on the door with his wrench, laughing as he tried to get in. He went around the house, rattling our windows. He didn't get far before we heard a car roll up. There was a popping sound, but not like a gunshot. I think they tased him. By the time I could hear Larry Peterson get dragged off, my mom had come upstairs with a smile taped to her face, asking me to show her how far I'd gotten in my fancy new video games. She was clearly trying to keep me distracted, but I didn't mind. At that point, I wanted desperately to be distracted. I could imagine Larry Peterson on the other side of the front door, his white t-shirt stained with that strange black and blue goo he'd thrown up, wielding that wrench with a manic grip. The thing was as large as my arm and solid metal. I'd never considered it a weapon, but thinking about it made my blood run cold. Had he really killed Mrs. Peterson? Why? Mom and I spent the next few hours playing video games. We also made a plan. We went through our old DVDs and decided on a watching schedule. She had originally planned a walk, but now we weren't to leave the house. She didn't want to say why, but I had the feeling that there was something outside the Petersons' house that she didn't want me to see. Bloodstains, maybe. I was too afraid to find out. My parents tried their best to keep the mood up, but I could tell it was getting to them. My dad was mostly just standing there, leaning against the door, staring straight ahead like in a trance. Mom tried to occupy herself by playing games and watching DVDs with me, but she was counting the minutes until she could get her next booster shot. I wasn't eager to take one. They made my stomach all queasy. We made it all the way until noon. Dad was having trouble staying up and kept washing his head with cold water. He tried to keep busy doing housework that he'd kept for a rainy day, but there were constant distractions. We could hear sirens in the distance, and at one point there was someone spraying our front door and windows with a high-pressure water hose, possibly to wash away the last traces of Larry Peterson. There were dog patrols going up and down the street, along with the occasional phone call, the one number that still worked, where someone called to make sure we were all awake and accounted for. By dinner time, Mom was having stomach troubles. Her shaking had gotten worse, and she was having trouble with sudden change of smells. Dad kept rubbing his eyes and checking his watch, getting up every 10 minutes or so just to move around. We had decided that we were going to play board games after dinner, but Mom was having trouble keeping herself from throwing up. We ended up just reheating a lasagna from a few days back. I didn't mind. Mom made amazing lasagna. But my appetite was quickly lost when I saw my mother barely keeping it together. She was drooling and making this weird chugging sound. She was blinking slower and slower. Dad tried to get her to eat one of the fiber bars, but she just ran out of the kitchen, locking herself in the bathroom. It was touch and go for a while. I could feel my heart racing as Dad tried to convince her to unlock the door, but she just couldn't do it. After a while, she stopped responding. Dad had to break the handle with a hammer, but it was too late. She was already sleeping. I could hear it through the door. As the door burst open, Mom had only been asleep for a couple of seconds, a minute at most. But she was sitting on the toilet, her head leaning back, and something was coming out of her mouth. Black and blue fingertips, poking out over the edge of her lips. Her throat undulated. The moment Dad grabbed her, she tipped her head forward, coughing. Dad washed her face in the sink while yelling at me to wait in the other room. For a few minutes, I was just sitting there, ready to run or hide. It might have been too late, I figured. She could have already been affected, like Larry Peterson. I could hear them arguing in the other room, and as their voices went from angry to desperate to sad, I didn't know what to do. When they finally returned, they sat me down to explain that we were going to be fine, that we were almost halfway through, and that we were in the home stretch. They were so kind and warm and careful in the way they explained it, but my mind was 1,000 miles away. I had trouble focusing, and all I could think about was that strange noise I kept hearing in the background. Something outside. Dad was halfway through explaining how we weren't going to lock our bathroom doors anymore when something in me screamed at me to react. It was just a slight click, but it was clear as day. Maybe it was those booster shots, but I kept hyper-focusing on little details rather than big picture stuff, like an actual conversation taking place in front of me. I closed my eyes, and no less than a second later, there was a loud bang. Someone was shooting at us. It was only a couple of shots, but we dropped to the ground. One shot got lodged in the front door, while the other cracked the kitchen window. There were loud voices outside, laughing hysterically. They were talking, but barely making any sense. One of them sounded like she was trying to talk with food in her mouth. Mom and Dad kept quiet as 2 more shots popped off, one of them hitting the kitchen light. With an electric spark, it gave out, blacking out most of the kitchen. I could hear someone running and laughing as they continued down the street. In the distance, there was more gunfire, maybe someone responding in kind. "We can't stay here," Mom whispered. "We gotta call them." "You want to go to where they put Larry?" Dad answered. "To be in a whole hospital full of these people?" "They're shooting at us. We can't just..." Mom quieted down and looked at me. She and Dad excused themselves to talk in private while I was asked to move upstairs. I was to stay away from the windows, and I couldn't sit or lie down. They'd be up to check on me in a bit. But of course, I was too curious. While still hearing them argue downstairs, I checked an upstairs window. I could see pretty far down the street, and in the distance, I could make out a car stalling on the side of the road. The headlights were still on, but it was surrounded by at least 6 people. 2 of them were dressed like the armed guards we'd seen earlier. It took me a while to realize there was an old man sitting in that car. I had seen him around a couple of times, but I didn't know his name. The surrounding people were trying to crack the car windows with various weapons. Tire irons, bricks, hammers, lead pipes, whatever they could get their hands on. It didn't take them long to break through. They reached in to pull the man out. It was too far off for me to hear his screams, but I could vaguely see what they were doing. They held him down and covered his face with their hands. His eyes, his mouth, his ears, leaving only his nose to breathe through. Then they just sat there. It took me a moment to realize what they were doing. They were forcing him to sleep. After a few minutes, they let go of him. The old man slowly stood up, leaned against his car, and started to dry heave. After a while, The same blue and black goo that I'd seen from Larry Peterson started pouring out of his mouth, stopping only as he coughed up some kind of clot that could barely fit in his mouth. A clot that moved. As he straightened his back, he looked at the strange group, and they walked down the street together. Some jogged, some sprinted. One of them crawled, but it looked like he held on to something with his teeth. Either that, or something was coming out of his mouth. Something long. As they hurried down the street, I could hear more gunfire. In the distance, coming from another way, I could see another group of people. At least a dozen, but heading in another direction. Roaming gangs of sleep-deprived sick people. God knows how this affected them long term. When my parents were done discussing, they sat me down to explain that we were going to stay indoors and keep away from the windows, just in case. We were locking all doors and windows, closing all curtains, and not playing anything louder than necessary. We were to draw as little attention as possible. Of course, I agreed. What choice did I have? That night, I could tell things were deteriorating. Dad almost took a double dose of booster shots as he forgot he'd taken the first one, but Mom stopped him. There were no phone calls coming in. They'd stopped checking in on us. Mom even tried calling, but the line had been disconnected. The gunfire outside was further away, but more frequent. We could hear cars honking, but no sirens. Then there were fires. At least two, somewhere downtown. We could see the smokestacks from afar. Mom wasn't doing well. She couldn't eat, and at times she could barely stay on her feet. She kept talking out loud even if no one was in the room with her, and she had to lean against things to stay upright. She couldn't keep the fiber bars down, and she walked around with her head bobbing back and forth. Dad tried his best to keep her active, but he was having trouble as well. No matter how many cold splashes he took to the face, he just couldn't stay attentive. I wasn't doing well either, but nowhere near as bad. I still had an appetite, and I took my booster shots, but I could feel the side effects. My hands kept shaking, and I had a nasty headache. There were these pinches down my neck, like someone was shocking me with a wet battery. I'd imagined things moving just outside my vision. I kept turning around to look at the windows as I'd started to hallucinate that they were screens. By morning, there was a new problem. Both the power and the water had been cut. There was a small lake a short walk from the house, and we had no choice but to try and get some water by hand. We had some drinking water stocked in the kitchen, but we needed some for the bathroom. Mom volunteered to go, but that was out of the question. She could barely stand or make a coherent sentence. There was no discussion. Dad had to do it. We watched him from one of the upstairs windows. The sun had just risen, bathing the withering landscape in long, sharp shadows and a sickly bright glow. Mom was just staring blankly ahead, as if trying to remember what was so important. Isn't it your birthday soon? She said out loud. That was Tuesday, I responded. Did you wish for you to get older? She asked. I wish for that. I want you to be able to get older. She looked at me and laughed maniacally. She blinked one eye at a time, her left eye lingering a little longer than her right. Her eyes were sunken and dark, and she kept going cross-eyed. I think she meant well, but that look she gave me was nothing short of terrifying. It was like she'd been reduced to her most basic self, My mom was still in there somewhere, but most of it was just gone. After about an hour, I spotted Dad coming back. Mom and I were both relieved, but it didn't last long. I noticed he wasn't carrying any water. Moments later, I could see he wasn't alone. There were about 24 more people coming with him. Mom didn't seem to react. She just looked out the window and nodded to herself. For a moment, she was almost falling asleep standing up, her mouth moving up and down on its own like a bass out of water. I could see something moving in her throat. I shook her, and in a moment of clarity, she looked out the window again. As I heard something pound against the door downstairs, Mom pushed me into the closet. She ran downstairs to get the remaining booster shots and dropped it all on me along with her wristwatch and a couple of fiber bars. Someone will come get you," she said. Just wait and stay awake. I'll try to think of something." I didn't have time to protest before she slammed the closet shut. I could hear a key slide into the lock downstairs. Dad may have forgotten something about who he was, but he hadn't forgotten how to use the house keys. I just sat there in the dark, listening. I curled up into a ball, but I didn't want to get too comfortable. I could hear furniture being turned over, unfamiliar voices yelling obscenities or incoherent nonsense. A fight broke out, and I could hear someone throwing something. Another person ran up the stairs and into the bathroom, repeatedly kicking the bathtub. A woman screamed, then a man. There was a gunshot, followed by windows being broken. I could hear a muffled scream as if someone was being held down, maybe like they did with the old man outside the night before. I must have sat there for hours. In the dark, it was hard to tell if my eyes were open or not. I couldn't tell if I was really hearing something outside, or if I was just imagining it. I could hear voices and whispers, but they didn't seem to make sense. Sometimes I imagined them standing just outside my door, asking me for the cheat codes for the games I'd played. All I had to keep my waning sanity company was my mom's wristwatch, and I could barely make it out. Time passed so strangely. I could be wrapped up in a thought for what felt like hours, but only minutes passed. Then I'd catch myself staring straight ahead, and 2 hours could disappear. I kept repeating the next scheduled hour for the booster shot like a mantra. But things were getting stranger. The clock would go backwards. I'd imagine someone sitting across from me, a pair of white eyes staring back at me from the dark. There were little voices telling me to go to sleep, and I found myself nodding off. I could feel something moving in me, like a hand trying to fit into a glove. I finally gave up and got out of the closet. I could barely stand as I dragged the booster shots and fiber bars along in a plastic bag. I didn't care if there was anyone downstairs. I needed to see something. I needed light, or some kind of stimuli. The whole house was trashed. Every piece of furniture broken. Every light smashed. There was blood spatter on the walls, and the front door was hanging on a single hinge. Every window was smashed, and our picture frames had been thrown across the room like ninja stars. But the strangest thing was an acrid smell coming from the kitchen. At first, I didn't understand what it was. It looked like a person, but there was the wrong number of limbs. After a few seconds of adjustment and trying to force myself to clarity, I realized it was a dead body. A young man with a knife sticking out of his chest, splayed out on the kitchen floor. His jaw was extended and broken on one side. There was a black and blue arm reaching out of his throat, reaching upwards to grab his own head. Something in me stirred. Something in me didn't like what I was looking at, and I wasn't sure if it was me or something else. I tried to push it down with a fiber bar, which, strangely, worked. I made my way outside in a daze. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to find my parents. Another part of me wanted to get out of town. I wanted to look for a bike, or just start walking, or catch a bus. Of course, there were no buses to catch, but my sleep-deprived mind couldn't separate fact from fiction anymore. That entire night was one long living nightmare. I kept imagining things coming out of the dark. I could hear voices telling me to turn around, to stop, to run, all at once and none at all. I could barely keep my balance, and stopping even for a moment would send me straight to sleep. I had to keep going. I even took an extra booster shot, which just gave me this sharp joint pain and made me sweat. I could tell I'd done something stupid. I took a shortcut through the park. I could see faces coming out of the trees. I saw a man lying face down on the gravel path, being pulled forward by an arm coming out of his mouth. I saw a man out by the lake, repeatedly slapping his arms against the cold water surface, like a manic child trying to get as high a splash as possible. Some of it was real, some of it wasn't. I couldn't tell which was which. Not anymore. When I finally reached downtown, I saw at least 24 people gathered outside a burning building, all of them with black and blue arms reaching out of their mouths, stretching towards the flames, as if softly wafting air towards them. Like human kelp moving against an invisible current, they leaned back and forth in unison, praising whatever chaos they'd caused without a word or sound. And yet, I could hear them, welcoming me, beckoning me. All voices unique, carried to me by an unfelt wind. "Come closer," it begged. "You belong here." I turned away, and the voices grew louder, desperate, screeching, demanding my attention, my devotion. Some of them coming from outside, some of them coming from the rumble in my stomach. "It's already here," it laughed. "It'll never go away. It'll never sleep. It'll never stop." Hands reached for me, a face in every window, voices reaching from beneath the concrete. Gunfire, broken windows, glass cracking under my rubber boots as I shuffled past burnt-out cars. It was dark, then bright, then dark again. And at some point, I succumbed. I felt concrete against my cheek, but I couldn't bring myself to get up. My legs wouldn't move, my eyes wouldn't open. "Yes," the voices laughed. Come to us. Come burn with us." And then, darkness. I don't know how long I was out. Hours, maybe half a day. I woke up to see a man running towards me, asking me if I was okay. A car had pulled over, bathing me in a warm light. By the side of the road, a colony of frogs looked at me. In the distance, my eyes landed on a discolored sunflower. It had turned blue. Strange how you don't notice the most obvious changes until they stare you in the face. Turns out, exposure had happened at least 6 hours earlier than the man with the clipboard had predicted, and I'd been awake long enough for most of the effects to pass through my system. I was found unconscious by the side of the highway, about 9 miles from my house. While I did have an uncomfortable, dreamless sleep, the effects it had on me were nowhere near as bad as what had happened to most in the neighborhood. I'm sure you've heard of it. Riots, they called it. Just another mess-up in a low-income area. I don't even think it reached national news. Some of the people who succumbed to it early got permanent brain damage. Larry Peterson was never the same, but it was hard to tell if it was because of the emotional trauma or the sleep thing. Either way, he had to have a nurse come look after him a few times a week for the rest of his life. Mom and Dad weren't completely unharmed either. Mom developed some kind of narcolepsy after that night, spontaneously nodding off at the most inopportune times. Dad lost his sense of taste and smell. To this day, they're having a hard time explaining what exactly they experienced. To them, it was just like going to sleep and having the most horrible nightmare, only to wake up in a hospital bed. Sometimes, I wonder if I did fall asleep. Some of the things I saw were so strange that there was no way to tell if they were real or not. I vividly remember the scene of hands waving back and forth outside that burning building downtown. It had to be real. That building really did burn. As you might imagine, I have a hard time looking back at this. Thinking about it too much gives me this icy feeling in the pit of my stomach, like a small part of me believes that this is all just a big nightmare, that I'm still just a clock's tick away from waking up in that closet, with someone standing just outside, waiting for me. Or maybe it's something inside of me, still waiting to grab the reins. Maybe it's just a night away. Back in April of 2013, I went through something that I haven't been able to talk about. I was paid a significant amount of money to stay quiet, in return for signing a 10-year agreement to shut the hell up. Now that the time is up, I've considered my options. I could just let this go and never speak of it again. I won't gain anything from speaking out, and I've got a lot to lose. But then again, this is just an anonymous post online. Words have less meaning that way. West Virginia. It was hotter than usual, without a whiff of wind. I was coming home from a visit to my aunt. She'd broken her leg and couldn't leave her house. I was making my way home, taking the I-64 out of Lewisburg. It started with the radio. It was playing that one Macklemore song I've heard 100 times over. The sound was cutting in and out in a quick staccato, then disappeared completely. I could hear cars honking up front as a line began to form, and there was a sway in the trees, as if greater and greater pressure was being put on them. I could hear wind rushing against the left side of my car, forcing me to pull the other way to compensate. I closed the sunroof as a dust cloud blew past, staining the windshield. Then, a rumble. It sounded like thunder, but from the ground. Like a groaning bellow, growing louder and clearer by the second. As it reached its peak, I could see trees toppling over. A small Kia got pushed off balance and swerved off the road. As the sound died down, the road devolved into chaos. Some were desperately changing lanes. Others were stepping on the brakes. I got my door scraped as the car behind me sped past. The radio was playing an automated message, a local emergency alert, referred to as a geological event. We were asked to turn off all air conditioning, slow down, and divert to the nearest exit. It repeated in a monotone voice. Geological event. No air conditioning. Slow down. Divert to nearest exit. Minutes passed. There was a line forming further down the road. Police officers blocking the lanes in all directions, leaving a highway exit as the only option. Some folks were trying to push past the barricades but were forced back at gunpoint. I could see officers wearing gas masks and riot shields. We were waved in. I followed the exit and got directed to the right. There was an open field that was used as a sort of impromptu parking lot. Cars were being waved in and parked in a way that boxed us in, leaving no room for us to open our doors in either direction unless we got parked at the edge. 4 lines of cars with about 10 to 15 vehicles per line. Surplus vehicles were directed further down the road. The place was packed. I got stuck in the second row, about 6 cars in. Pretty much everyone around me were on their phones. I didn't have anyone to call, but there seemed to be an issue getting a signal through. The radio was still repeating the emergency message. Voices were getting louder. A man 2 cars to my left leaned out of the gap in the door, screaming at the officers to answer his questions. They responded immediately with a warning shot, straight into the air. "Stay in your vehicle," they screamed. "Lock your doors. I'm not telling you again." A couple of folks were filming, but there seemed to be trouble uploading. We were losing bandwidth. It didn't take long until phone signals were completely blocked. I think a video or 2 of that officer firing into the air made it online. They were patrolling back and forth. We were told to stay in our vehicles, windows up, doors closed and locked, engines off. I could hear people talking in the other cars. Someone said there'd been a natural gas leak from the geological event, and that combustible engines could spark an explosion. Others were talking about a terrorist attack. There were no answers, and the officers weren't eager to talk. After about an hour, things were getting ugly. People were hungry, thirsty, and restless. One officer stepped up on the front cars, handing out water bottles, crackers, and processed cheese slices. He had to step from one car to another, denting the hoods with his steel-tipped shoes. They were also handing out thick black plastic hygiene bags for people who needed to relieve themselves. Use them, seal them, drop them out the door, then lock up and wait. I'd crawled into the back seat, pulled down my cap, and tried to relax. I'd been playing some games on my phone, but the battery was running low. I wanted to save some, so I settled for having a nap instead. The sweat was stinging my eyes. Not because of how warm it was, but because of how nervous I was. No matter what I did, I felt trapped. And the car felt smaller and smaller. I couldn't get out if I wanted to, and it physically hurt me to think about how little control I had. Is this what claustrophobia feels like? A couple of officers were discussing something by the front line. One of them had a white cotton glove on, which he used to wipe off the hood of one of the front cars. The glove was taken off and put into a bag, which in turn was sealed with a hot air gun. I was getting the impression that our cars had been covered in something, and I wasn't the only one considering it. There were 2 college kids in the car to my left, and they were discussing it too. Anthrax, one of them said. Gotta be. Nah, gold dust, the other chuckled. They don't want to share. You know what? The first groaned. I honest to God hope you're right. You're not, but I hope you are. Fuck you. I joined in the conversation shortly after. I offered another explanation, something combustible, something that might blow up if we started our cars. They were willing to consider this. The car behind me couldn't hear us, but the driver held up a notebook with the text, "If we don't know what, it's gotta be aliens." I couldn't tell if they were serious, but they weren't laughing about it. A man in his 50s and what looked like his daughter. There were a couple of other folks in the other cars. A man in a black shirt, sort of looked like a preacher without a collar. 2 middle-aged women with a kid in the back seat. A fat man blaring Johnny Cash from his stereo. And a couple with a teenage son who couldn't stop drumming on the windows. We'd been stuck for about 2, maybe 2.5 hours, when a truck rolled in. One of those with a large water tank. It was unmarked, looked civilian. As it rolled in, they were calling out on the megaphone. "We'll be hosing your vehicles down," they said. "Keep everything locked and closed. Then, we'll be covering your vehicle with protective plastic while we wait for it to dry. After that, we'll start letting you go in an orderly manner. I repeat." Most of us were relieved. It was only a matter of time now, and it was getting dark. They were getting up on the cars, hosing them down thoroughly. It smelled of chlorine, so maybe they'd mix something into the water. As they came to my car, they stepped up on it and double-checked the sunroof, making sure it was locked and secured. They sprayed the car down, bathing it in chemical stink, the kind that gets stuck to the back of your throat. It took a long time for them to finish, at least an hour or 2. After that, they were rolling out a kind of plastic cover at the short side of the lot, the kind you use to protect pools or rain covers for football fields. They used 2 squad cars to slowly drape the thing over the entire lot, securing the edges with large rocks. "Please stay calm," they called out to us as the plastic crawled over us. "I know this is uncomfortable, but this is for your own safety. Once the cleaning is done, you will be free to go. Stay inside your vehicle at all times. I repeat." I did as I was told. I stayed inside, and I watched that plastic cover sweep over me. It felt like getting buried alive. All lights went out, leaving me in complete darkness, accompanied only by the vague, disembodied voices of the others. The college kids were talking about where they were going to go after this. Someone was honking, not sure if it was to show support or discontent. Someone else was cheering. I took my last swig of water, washing down my final plain cracker. I got back into the driver's seat. I could hear as they finished moving the plastic cover and parking their squad vehicles. I waited patiently, figuring it'd be maybe another hour or so. They hadn't really given us a timeline, but I could breathe a little easier. Sort of. I was going back and forth between feeling empowered with my hands on the wheel and feeling like I was stuck in a metal coffin. It was so dark, and everything smelt of plastic and chemicals, like a car wash stuck in time. As the excitement died down, I paid more attention to the background sounds. I tried to filter out the various discussions from the nearby cars, and somewhere in the distance, I heard raised voices. It wasn't coming from the cars, but the officers. Whatever they were talking about, it was a heated discussion. An hour came and went, and people were getting impatient. More cars were honking. Others were yelling, demanding answers. I couldn't get my leg to stop shaking. The more I thought about getting out of there, the smaller the car felt. I was hyper-focusing on things I couldn't control. I was a little thirsty, and I was out of water. I needed to use the bathroom. I wanted to stretch my legs and go for a walk. I wanted to breathe fresh air and get that awful chemical taste out of my mouth. I heard cars starting, accelerating. The truck was moving, somewhere off to the side. "We need you to stay in your vehicle," a voice screamed over the megaphone. "Do not leave for any reason. Stay in your vehicle." Cars speeding off. Not many, but a couple. Then, quiet. The officers left us there. Everyone was quiet. A couple of folks had opened up their phones, using them as flashlights to look from car to car. Looking out at the sea of vehicles, all of us trapped under that dark cover, I could see a handful of lights cut off by sharp silhouettes. I couldn't make out who was who in the dark. It was all just people. Anonymous. I heard a gasp somewhere in the back. There was a metallic clunk, like when the officers climbed atop our cars to get us our water. There was a careful cheer as some folks figured they were taking off the plastic cover. But that wasn't it. Instead, there were more footsteps. The cheers slowly died down as more and more footsteps pattered across our cars. I stopped counting after a dozen. The silhouettes in the other cars were still. We all held our breaths, waiting for an answer to show itself. What the hell was going on? What was that sound? Somewhere off to my right, I heard a voice. "Who's up there?" It sounded like an older man. I'd seen a pickup truck that way earlier. Almost as a response, the footsteps stopped. There was a faint clicking sound, like someone snapping their tongue against the roof of their mouth. And from further away, a click in response. From somewhere to my left, another couple clicks. Then, a cascade of clicks. Dozens, maybe hundreds. There was an awful metallic noise coming from my right. Then, breaking glass. A scream, cut short, followed by several irregular taps of the car horn. One of the silhouettes in the distance turned into a blur as something passed through the windshield, cutting through the plastic cover. Somewhere in the front row, the roof of a car was cut wide open. Someone was pulled up out of their seat. 2 cars back from where I was, there was more glass breaking. It sounded like a wild animal got in. I could see a weak hint of red spattered against the passenger side windows. I wasn't getting any air. I could feel my heart beating through my chest as my arms started shaking. My hands were cramped around the steering wheel, and I felt sweat dripping down my shoulders. I couldn't control it. I didn't even see what was going on, but these sounds, these screams, They awakened something primal. This was danger, a threat. My body knew long before I did. The college kids in the other car were ducking down. One of them waved a hand at me, as if telling me to get down. I nodded. I scrambled into the back seat. I couldn't see where I was putting my hands or my feet. Everything is different in the dark. As I tumbled my way over, my foot accidentally tapped the car horn. It was a quick tap, a fraction of a second. But to me, it was the loudest sound in the world. I was lying on my stomach in the back seat, and within seconds, something heavy climbed onto the hood of my car. I could feel the car buckling. It was much heavier than the man who'd passed out water bottles. I held my hands in front of my mouth to stop the panting, but I just ended up snorting up sweat instead. My nose stung as I bit my tongue, listening to every metallic groan as whatever was outside moved and shifted. And from behind my car, a click in response. There were no lights being held up anymore. Everyone was cowering, going quiet. I pushed myself up against the door behind the driver's seat, trying to make myself as small as possible. I could hear the frame of the car complain as something slowly moved. When it came to my sunroof, there was a slight crack. That made it stop. Another crack. I silently shook my head, as if trying to ask the car to stop. That thing was going to break. And it did. My legs were showered with glass as a big blob of plastic cover dipped into my car. Something big came tumbling into the front seat, still covered in protective plastic. It twitched and spun around, its clicking turning from a careful question-like noise into a never-ending barrage. It was calling for help, alerting others, and it was cutting its way through the plastic. There were footsteps coming from every direction, some of them leaping from car to car, some of them leaping far enough to skip a car as they hurried. I was going to be swarmed in seconds. I fumbled with my hands, accidentally cutting my thumb on the broken glass. I managed to open the passenger side door, but even at its widest, and even when pressing into the college kid's car, it wasn't enough room to get out. Still, I had to try. I pressed myself into the gap and exhaled as much as I could, flattening my chest. While the thing thrashed around inside my car, I could feel my vision going faint. Black spots popped up at the edge of my vision. My arms were going weak. And yet, by some miracle, I made it through. As my face hit the gravel of the makeshift parking lot, I felt the burn of residual chemicals. I swallowed my instinct to run, instead staying on my stomach, forcing myself to crawl under the car. There were more of them, some climbing on, some off. My chest was pressed to the ground as the weight shifted. I heard breaking glass from the windshield and tearing fabric. Something was stuck up there, and it was furious, like a trapped animal. I could hear the college kids mumbling to one another, trying to stay calm. One assuring the other that all they had to do was stay low, stay quiet, and wait. Then, something slammed into the passenger side door, the one I'd crawled out of. The door was pressed up against the neighboring car, then fell haphazardly to the ground, completely off the hinges. And An ink-black, bird-like foot touched the ground right next to me. I've looked it up since. There were 3 toes forward, 1 toe backward, all clawed. Anisodactyl feet, similar to that of many birds of prey, except larger than a human foot, and with smooth, oil-slick skin. It must have been heavy, at least 400 pounds. If the clicking noise came from its mouth, I can approximate that it was somewhere around 6'7" to 6'9", or taller. It could have been hunched over. How it managed to walk in the gap between the vehicles is beyond me, but I suspect it was very thin. It daintily walked from my car to the others, as if scanning for something. I could barely see anything in the dark, but this thing seemed to navigate it perfectly. It didn't bump into anything. There was a tap on the glass of the car behind me, to my right, and someone got startled. A short scream, and the hunt was on. This time was different. It must have caused some kind of chain reaction, as all of a sudden the plastic cover was getting torn up left and right. People were clawing their way out of their cars. I heard someone kicking against their windshield. Another was trying to open their door. I could hear it slamming against the side of the car next to them. And off in the distance, there was gunfire. Just a couple of shots. The college kids in the car next to me slammed their doors open and followed my lead. They rolled onto the ground and under their car. There was a little more light coming in as the cover had been torn above. Their faces were red from tears, and one of them was desperately trying to call for help on his phone. The other grabbed the phone out of his hand. A short scuffle ensued, ending with them putting on a ringtone and sliding the thing as far to the left as they could. Whatever car that phone landed under was demolished. Every window broken. Every passenger gone. I could hear the grinding as his seat was ripped in two and thrown away. In a matter of seconds, an entire vehicle was torn to pieces as a dozen of those things swarmed it. "Shut up," one of the college kids repeated. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Something reached under my car. It scraped against the sole of my shoe, tearing a hole all the way to my big toe. I hurried forward, scurrying like a lizard. The college kids noticed and followed suit. I don't think they thought about it too much. It was just movement, and they went for it. I made it 2 cars down before I got stuck. There was something dark in the way, and I couldn't get around it without exposing myself. I couldn't see what it was, but it didn't take long for me to figure it out. There was a meaty crunch, as if someone was biting chunks out of a piece of meat. It was struggling to get through the fabric of their clothes, making a snapping noise as threads gave way. A pool of blood rolled under the car, staining the tips of my fingers. It was still warm. One of those things was eating a victim. I hunkered down, trying to remember to breathe. And I stayed there, waiting for a chance. Any chance. I must have stayed there for at least an hour, hearing every bite, every crack of bone and snap of sinew, satisfied clicking noises. As it finished its meal, it wandered off, dragging their remains along. They were moving forward. Something heavy walked over the car I was hiding under, dragging a body along. Slowly, The footsteps disappeared. It was quiet again, and in that quiet, I found my footing. I made my way to the edge of the plastic cover. I listened one final time, pushed one of the weights away, and slipped through. They were gone, and I was out. I could feel my chest growing lighter, allowing me to breathe. I wanted to cry from relief. A breeze was picking up, drying the sweat on my brow and carrying the smell of grass. Stepping back, I turned towards the sea of cars to see how bad the damage was. And then I saw one. It was a bit off to the side, perching on top of an old Honda. At a glance, it looked like a tall person, covered in a slick black ink. But looking closer, you could see the strange bird-like feet, the pointed nails, the long row of shark-like teeth and a mouth that was far too wide. I froze. The thing rose to its full length, easily over 7 feet tall. It looked ready to pounce on me. I had nothing to defend myself with. I couldn't make any sudden moves. I wouldn't even be halfway under the car before that thing would be over me. 100 thoughts raced through my mind. But there was nothing I could do. I was out of options. But the thing just looked at me. It raised a slice of raw meat. Blood dripped onto the plastic cover. It looked at me curiously, taking a bite. Then, as if nothing had happened, it wandered off, satiated. I was left there, shaking like a dry leaf, and with the last of those things gone, all that was left was the panic. It didn't take long for the officers to return. The plastic cover was removed, but we couldn't go home. Not after this. Some folks signed a waiver and were let go immediately. They weren't allowed to talk about what they'd seen, and in return, they'd get a hefty sum of insurance money. Others demanded answers, and were taken into custody for obstruction of justice. A few others still were too panicked to make any kind of sense and had to be checked out by medical personnel. A total of 14 people died. It was described by a combination of causes: a traffic pileup, carbon monoxide poisoning, animal attack. I think there was something about an escaped convict, too. Excuses all over the place. And the times were all wrong, spread out through a couple of days to more smoothly blend into accident statistics. And if you wanted to go home and get your insurance money, you had to sign a non-disclosure. I did too. I know the college kids did as well. Goddamn miracle they made it out. But I saw them. 34 cars had to be towed. 18 people wounded, 6 seriously so. 4 people lost at least one limb. One guy had an arm ripped off halfway up his collarbone. I don't know how he survived. Most people never saw those things up close. They just remember the screams and the breaking glass. Sometimes, at night, that's all I hear, too. Closing my eyes reminds me of lying under those cars, feeling the pressure as the weight shifted. I still get trouble breathing. I think a part of me is still stuck there. It stayed in my vehicle. It was well past midnight when I finally arrived at the Elmwood Hotel. The journey had been long, the roads winding through dark, unfamiliar territory. By the time I reached the hotel, I was utterly exhausted, my eyelids heavy, and my body aching from the hours spent behind the wheel. The Elmwood was the only place I could find in this remote area, a grand old building that seemed to have been plucked straight from a different era. Its faded brick facade and dimly lit sign were barely visible in the fog that clung to the night. I stepped inside, grateful for the warmth of the lobby, which contrasted sharply with the chill outside. The place was quiet, eerily so. The front desk was manned by a single clerk, an elderly man with thinning hair and a weary expression. He looked up as I approached, offering a tired but polite smile. "Welcome to the Elmwood Hotel," he said in a low, gravelly voice. "How can I help you?" "I'd like a room for the night," I replied, my voice sounding just as tired as I felt. The clerk nodded and reached for a large, dusty register on his desk. He flipped through the pages, his fingers moving slowly, almost methodically. After a moment, he looked up at me, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Not many guests this time of year," he remarked, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "But we do have a room available. Room 714. He handed me an old-fashioned key, the kind with an ornate metal tag attached. The number 714 was engraved on it, worn but still legible. "Your room is on the 7th floor," the clerk said, pointing towards the elevator at the far end of the lobby. "Enjoy your stay." I thanked him and made my way to the elevator, my footsteps echoing in the empty lobby. As I rode up to the 7th floor, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The hotel had a strange, musty smell, and the decor was outdated. Faded wallpaper, dim lighting, and threadbare carpeting that seemed to belong to a different time. The elevator doors opened with a soft chime, revealing a dimly lit hallway that stretched out before me. The walls were lined with old paintings, their colors muted and their frames tarnished with age. The carpet underfoot was thick, but the pattern was faded and worn in places. I glanced at the numbers on the doors as I walked, each one labeled with a brass plate. 710, 711, 712. But there was no sign of room 714. The hallway seemed to go on forever, the lights growing dimmer the further I walked. Just as I was beginning to think I'd made a mistake, I spotted it. A door at the very end of the hallway, almost hidden in the shadows. The brass plate on the door read 714, though the numbers were slightly askew, as if the plate had been hastily attached. I hesitated for a moment, a strange feeling of unease settling over me, but I was too tired to care. All I wanted was to collapse into bed and get some rest. I inserted the key into the lock and turned it, the mechanism clicking softly as the door swung open. The first thing that struck me about room 714 was how old-fashioned it was. The furnishings were all impeccably clean, but they looked like they hadn't been updated in decades. The bed was a massive four-poster with heavy drapes that hung down on all sides. The wallpaper was a deep burgundy with an intricate floral pattern, and the carpet was a rich, dark green. A large wooden wardrobe stood against one wall, and an ornate vanity with a round mirror occupied the opposite corner. The room was illuminated by a single dim lamp on the nightstand, casting long shadows across the floor. There was a television, but it was one of those old boxy models from the 1980s, sitting on a wooden stand near the foot of the bed. The air was cool, almost cold, and there was a faint smell of mothballs and something else, something I couldn't quite place. Despite its age, the room was spotless. The bed was neatly made, the linens crisp and white. The wooden furniture gleamed in the soft light, free of dust or grime. It was as if the room had been preserved in time, untouched by the years that had passed outside its walls. I set my bag down on the bed and let out a deep sigh of relief. My exhaustion had overtaken any feelings of unease I might have had, and all I could think about was getting some sleep. I quickly changed into my pajamas and climbed into bed, the mattress firm but surprisingly comfortable. As I lay there, staring up at the ceiling, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the room. It was too quiet, too still, as if the air itself was holding its breath. But fatigue won out, and before I knew it, I had drifted off to sleep. I don't know how long I slept, but I was jolted awake by the sound of a phone ringing. The noise was sharp and piercing, echoing through the silence of the room. I sat up, disoriented, and looked around, trying to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. It was an old rotary phone sitting on the nightstand next to my bed. I hadn't noticed it before. It blended in with the rest of the room's outdated decor. The phone continued to ring, insistent and demanding. My first instinct was to ignore it, but something compelled me to pick it up. I lifted the receiver to my ear, expecting to hear a voice on the other end. But there was nothing, just silence. I waited for a moment, my heart pounding, but still, no one spoke. Just as I was about to hang up, I heard it. A faint whisper, barely audible over the crackling static. "Please, help me." The voice was distant, distorted, as if it were coming from a great distance. I felt a chill run down my spine as I strained to hear more, but the line went dead. I quickly hung up the phone, my hands trembling. The room felt colder now, the shadows longer and darker. I glanced at the clock on the nightstand. It was just after 3 a.m. The unease I had felt earlier had returned, stronger than before. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the room, that something was watching me from the darkness. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just a prank call, a glitch in the phone system. But as I lay back down, I couldn't shake the image of the voice on the other end, pleading for help. The television flickered on by itself, the screen filled with static. I bolted upright, staring at the old boxy TV in disbelief. The remote was on the nightstand, untouched. I grabbed it and tried to turn off the TV, but the screen remained lit, the static hissing softly. And then, through the static, I saw something. A figure, faint and shadowy, standing in the center of the screen. The image flickered and jumped, but the figure remained, unmoving. I I couldn't make out any details, but it was clear that the figure was a person, watching me through the screen. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the screen, unable to look away. The figure began to move, slowly at first, and then more quickly, as if approaching the camera. I fumbled with the remote, my hands shaking, and finally managed to turn the TV off. The room was plunged into darkness, the silence deafening. I sat there in the dark, my heart racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Was it some kind of glitch, a trick of the light? But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. There was something wrong with this room. Something deeply, terribly wrong. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep after that. My nerves were shot, my mind racing with fear and confusion. I needed to know more about this room, about what was happening here. I got out of bed and began to search the room, hoping to find something, anything that could explain the strange occurrences. I checked the wardrobe first, half expecting to find something hidden inside, but it was empty, save for a few wooden hangers that clattered together as I opened the door. The vanity was equally bare, its drawers containing nothing but dust. Finally, I turned my attention to the bed. I lifted the mattress, expecting to find nothing, but my heart skipped a beat when I saw it. A small, leather-bound book, wedged between the mattress and the box spring. I pulled it out, my hands trembling, and opened it to the first page. The handwriting was neat and precise, the ink slightly faded with age. The first entry was dated nearly 50 years ago. July 3rd, 1972. I've checked into room 714 at the Elmwood Hotel. The journey was long, and I'm exhausted, but there's something about this room that doesn't feel right. The air is heavy, and the shadows seem to move on their own. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. I felt a chill run down my spine as I read the entry. It mirrored my own experience so closely that it was uncanny. I flipped through the pages, skimming the entries, and found that they all told a similar story. Guests who had stayed in room 714, all reporting strange occurrences, all feeling a sense of unease that grew stronger with each passing day. As I continued reading, I noticed that the entries grew increasingly frantic, the handwriting becoming more erratic. The guests reported hearing voices, seeing figures in the shadows, and feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Some entries even mentioned the phone ringing in the middle of the night, just as it had for me. But it was the final entry that sent a wave of cold fear through me. August 15th, 1983. I can't take it anymore. The voices won't stop, and the figure in the TV keeps getting closer. I've tried to leave the room, but the door won't open. It's as if the room is alive, trapping me inside. I don't know how much longer I can last. If anyone finds this diary, please, help me. Get out while you still can. The entry ended abruptly, the final words trailing off into a jagged line. I stared at the page, my mind racing. The person who had written this diary, what had happened to them? Had they ever escaped the room? Or had they vanished like so many others? A sudden knock at the door startled me, and I dropped the diary, my heart leaping into my throat. I stared at the door, my pulse pounding in my ears. Who could it be at this hour? And why did they knock so softly, so deliberately? The knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. I hesitated for a moment, then slowly approached the door, every nerve in my body screaming at me not to open it. With trembling hands, I reached for the doorknob and turned it. The door swung open, revealing nothing but the empty hallway beyond. There was no one there, no sign of anyone having been there at all. The hallway was dark and silent, the shadows stretching out into the distance. I stepped back into the room, my mind spinning. The diary lay on the floor where I dropped it, the pages fanned out as if in silent accusation. I knew then that I couldn't stay in this room any longer. I had to leave, had to get out before whatever force was at work here claimed me as its next victim. I grabbed my things, stuffing them haphazardly into my bag. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely manage to zip it closed. I needed to get out of this room, out of this hotel, and as far away as possible. But as I reached for the door, I felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread. The room seemed to close in around me, the air growing heavy and thick. The shadows on the walls seemed to stretch and twist, reaching out toward me with grasping fingers. The phone rang again, the sound sharp and piercing in the silence. I ignored it, yanking the door open and stepping into the hallway. The air out here was just as oppressive, the dim light flickering overhead. I made my way to the elevator, my footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. The ride down to the lobby felt agonizingly slow, the elevator creaking and groaning with every floor it passed. I watched the numbers tick down, my heart racing with each one. When the doors finally opened, I nearly ran into the lobby. It was empty, just as it had been when I arrived. The night clerk was gone, the front desk abandoned. I hurried outside, the cool night air hitting me like a slap in the face. The fog had lifted slightly, revealing the empty street beyond. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I got into my car and drove away, the tires screeching on the pavement as I sped down the road. I drove for what felt like hours, the hotel receding in the distance behind me. Only when I was miles away did I finally pull over, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles were white. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. The hotel was behind me now, but the memory of that room, of the diary, of the strange occurrences that had plagued me throughout the night, would stay with me forever. The next morning, I stopped at a diner in a nearby town, hoping to gather my thoughts and maybe find some answers. As I sipped my coffee, I overheard a conversation between two elderly men at the counter. They were talking about the Elmwood Hotel. "You hear they're finally tearing it down?" one of them said, his voice raspy with age. "About time, too. That place has been a blight on this town for years." "Yep. the other man replied. Too many strange things happen there. People vanishing, stories of ghosts. Some folks even say there was a room that didn't exist. Room 714. I felt a chill run down my spine. I leaned forward, unable to stop myself from interrupting. Excuse me, I said, my voice shaky. Did you say room 714? The men turned to look at me, their expressions wary. Yeah, the first man said slowly. Why? I stayed there last night, I stammered. The men exchanged a glance, their faces pale. You must be mistaken, son, the second man said. That room's been closed off for years. They sealed it up after what happened. What happened? I asked, my heart pounding. The first man sighed, shaking his head. It's just a story, but they say a man stayed there once, years ago. He vanished without a trace, but not before leaving behind a diary. People who read it say it's cursed, that it drives you mad. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The diary, the phone calls, the figure in the TV. It had all been real. But the room itself, was it real? Or had I been caught in some twisted supernatural trap? I never found out for sure. But I knew one thing. I would never set foot in the Elmwood Hotel again. Some places are best left forgotten, their secrets buried in the past where they belong. As I left the diner, the sun shining down on the road ahead, I couldn't help but glance back over my shoulder, half expecting to see the outline of the hotel in the distance. But it was gone, as if it had never existed at all. And maybe, in a way, it hadn't. Being a cop in a small town in Minnesota probably isn't the most exciting career there is. But it's not bad either. It's actually relatively peaceful and a safe line of work, compared to being in law enforcement in one of the big cities, like New York or LA for instance, where the action is. There's only around 10,000 people in the town where I live. It's way out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by miles of open farmland, and the only real crime that ever occurs is pretty minor stuff. The occasional rowdy rednecks getting into a fistfight at one of the 3 bars downtown, teenage vandals, petty theft, the odd drunk driver, a case of disorderly conduct here and there, and the rare breaking and entering, that sort of thing. The only real serious stuff I've ever had to deal with is a couple cases of domestic violence and assault and battery. But even that's pretty typical, I guess, and it doesn't happen very often. Well, that's not entirely true. There was one case that still haunts me, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Like I was saying, I live in a pretty peaceful little town. Boring, some would even say. The kind of rural, out-of-the-way hick farming community you've probably driven through on the highway yourself on the way to someplace more interesting, without as much as a second thought or a glance back. The kind of place where nothing out of the ordinary ever happens, you've probably thought. And for the most part, you'd be right. But there's one case I can't get out of my mind. One case that still makes my blood run cold whenever I think about it. One case I can't explain, no matter how much I try to rationalize it to myself. What happened to the old Garrity woman 7 years ago? I'd been a police officer for 5 years when it happened, in the early spring of 14. There were only 5 cops on the entire town police force. Me, my partner Jerry, Pete, and Vance, who both worked the night patrol, and the police chief. Plus Karen, an older woman who was the retired librarian and worked part-time as the dispatcher. The police department was located in the town municipal building and consisted of 2 offices, one for the chief and one for the rest of us to share, and 3 jail cells in the rear, and the 3 of them were never all occupied at the same time. It was an overcast, rainy afternoon in late March, early April. Me and Jerry were in our cruiser on a routine patrol around town when Karen's voice came over the radio, telling us there was a possible 1082 in progress at the Garrity house on Turner Road. For those of you who aren't in the know, a 1082 is police code for a burglary. We acknowledged, then changed directions, heading for the Garrity home. I wasn't unduly concerned about the call. I already had a pretty good idea who had made it. Eileen Garrity was an elderly widow who lived in a run-down farmhouse on the outskirts of town. She was probably around 65 or 70 years old and had lived alone since her husband had died of a stroke 3 years before. They had 2 adult children, but they both lived out of town and never visited her. Since her husband's death, she had developed something of a reputation for being eccentric, to put it nicely, or crazy, to put it not so nicely. She was a shut-in who rarely left her home and had her groceries delivered once a week. Basically, a crazy cat lady, minus the cats. The reason she was considered crazy was because she had become pretty flaky and paranoid since being widowed and had called the police department on multiple occasions for everything from hearing intruders moving around in her attic to seeing UFOs in her cornfield. There were probably at least a dozen others, too. All her calls turned out to be false alarms, of course. The burglars she claimed were hiding in her attic turned out to be a pair of raccoons that had slipped in under the roof, and the UFOs were probably just jets flying overhead from the National Guard base 50 miles west. Me and Jerry and Pete and Vance had all visited her home before during our respective shifts. We never got frustrated with her or gave her a hard time about it, and usually indulged her, inspecting her house and property to calm her nerves. She'd relax, thank us, we'd leave, and the process would repeat itself in a couple weeks or a couple months. Honestly, our infrequent trips to her house were probably the only real highlight of what was a rather dull and unexciting job. When we told the chief about Mrs. Garrity's latest emergency, Bigfoot was sneaking around her yard, or there was a giant anaconda lurking in the basement, he would just shake his head sadly. When Vance and Pete were the ones who had to deal with her, they'd tell us all about her recent ordeal when me and Jerry saw them at the end of their shift and the start of ours. They'd usually smirk in a mean-spirited way, and Pete would twirl his finger next to his temple before they left. Jerry and I just felt sorry for the old woman. It couldn't have been easy for her. A frail, nervous, lonely woman living all alone in that old, crumbling house with no friends or close family. I suspected she might be getting senile, or maybe entering the early stages of Alzheimer's or dementia. We worried about her living there by herself, almost a mile from the nearest neighbor. If her health suddenly turned bad or she had an accident and couldn't call for help, well, there wasn't really much we could do about it. A couple times, I looked up the numbers of her daughter and son and tried calling them about possibly placing her in an assisted living home or a mental health facility. But the one time I managed to reach her son, as I was explaining his mother's situation to him, he interrupted me, telling me he was too busy at the moment and would call me back, then abruptly ended the call. He never did call me back. From then on, they always happened to be unavailable and never answered any of the voicemail messages I left them. So Jerry and me turned onto Turner Road and drove up to Mrs. Garrity's house on the gray, rainy late spring day, certain that the old woman was just overreacting yet again to something relatively minor, and her imagination was playing tricks on her. She was waiting for us outside on her porch when we pulled to a stop. I'll never forget how she looked. It shocked me. She'd already been a thin, frail woman the other times we'd been out there, but we hadn't seen her in probably a couple months since her last false emergency, and she had changed drastically since then. Now she was gaunt, almost emaciated, her cheeks hollow and dark rings around her bloodshot, sunken eyes. Her gray hair was tangled and didn't look like it'd been washed in days, maybe weeks, and the dress she was wearing was wrinkled and dirty. Her physical appearance was alarming enough, but there was also something about the way she was staring at both of us with those dark, dull eyes that seemed to look at us, through us, and past us all at once. It reminded me of old photos I'd seen of American soldiers in Vietnam. The blank, expressionless, shell-shocked look of someone who had been through more horror than any ordinary person should have to endure. Me and Jerry exchanged a shocked look, then got out and approached the old woman. "What seems to be the trouble, Mrs. Garrity?" Jerry asked her amiably, trying to keep his voice nonchalant. "There's something in my house," she told us in a flat, toneless voice. She was shaking slightly, a woman on the verge of total physical and mental exhaustion. The way she phrased it, not someone, but something, made me raise my eyebrow. "Well, you just wait here, and we'll go have a look and make sure it's safe," I told her, trying not to sound too patronizing. I looked to Jerry and nodded. We drew our pistols and stepped past Mrs. Garrity, cautiously entering the house. We did a routine sweep of the first floor, guns leveled, then headed upstairs. It only took about 5 minutes to check the house. We'd done it so many times before we had the layout down pat. And there was no sign of any intruders or evidence of a breaking and entering. But I saw plenty of other things that disturbed me deeply. For one thing, the place was a total mess. The house was already pretty decrepit, but Mrs. Garrity had still taken pride at how clean she kept it, and it had always been spick and span on our earlier visits. Now dirty dishes were stacked high in the kitchen sink, the counters were dirty, and trash and dirty laundry littered the floors. I also noticed that Mrs. Garrity's pillow and blankets were lying rumpled on the couch in the living room. The surface of the coffee table in front of it was cluttered with half-drunken cups of coffee, open containers of food, a Bible, and a rosary. It looked like she'd been eating and sleeping in the living room for some time. When we went upstairs, sure enough, the bed in Mrs. Garrity's room was bare, and the room itself looked like it had been vacant for quite a while. There was also something in the living room that really alarmed me. Leaning in one corner was an old double-barreled shotgun that probably belonged to her late husband. Jerry picked it up, broke it open, and found 2 spent shells in the chamber. He took one out, sniffed it, then told me the gun had been fired very recently. We also discovered something else bizarre. All the mirrors in Mrs. Garrity's house had been shattered, and every closet door had been boarded shut. The one out in the front hall on the first floor had a huge hole blasted in the center of it, smaller holes pitting the splintered wood around it. You didn't need to be Sherlock Holmes to deduce that Mrs. Garrity had fired her husband's shotgun into that door. But why? What the fuck had happened here? Jerry shot me a perplexed, questioning look. I shrugged, clueless and equally bewildered. Finished with our inspection of the house, we put away our pistols and turned around to go back outside. Mrs. Garrity was standing in the room behind us, staring at us with that unnerving, blank expression. Both of us almost jumped a foot in the air, startled. Neither of us had heard her enter. Jerry regained his composure and flashed her a fake, reassuring smile. "We don't see any sign of him, Mrs. Garrity. He must have slipped out the back. You're safe now." She didn't relax or appear relieved like she had the countless other times we had humored her. Her face seemed to twitch, and some new look dawned in her eyes. It took me a moment to identify it. It was a look of pure, hopeless doom, mixed with utter terror. "No," she said in that same odd, listless, flat voice. "I'm not safe. It's still here. It's hiding. That's why you couldn't find it. And after you leave, it'll come back for me." Then she began to quiver. She started to cry with total despair, breaking down into hysterical sobs that racked her whole body. Jerry and me looked at each other, concerned. We went to the old woman and comforted her as best we could, guiding her over to her couch and sitting her down with us on either side of her, coaxing her gently back to a state of calm. After she had herself back under control, we asked her to explain what had happened. She was quiet for a few moments, gathering her thoughts. Then she began to speak. As we listened to her story, my body temperature seemed to gradually drop, and I felt a chill envelop me. Several times I made eye contact with Jerry, and his expression was a mirror of my own. Disbelief and fear. "It started about a month ago," she began. "That's when I first heard the scratching at my closet door. A soft, slow, steady scratching that seemed to come from inside her bedroom closet at night. At first, she had assumed it was probably a mouse or some other small animal. Except, the scratching seemed to come from too high up to be the work of a mouse. Whenever she opened the closet door, always after the scratching had ceased, there had been nothing there. Several times she had started to open the closet door while the scratching was in progress to get to the bottom of it once and for all. But each time she had grasped the knob, she had been overwhelmed with a sudden, irrational sense of unease and had been unable to do it. The scratching sounded too deliberate, too gentle, too deceptively harmless, as if something was trying to lure her into opening the closet door. To be safe, she had started locking her closet door at night. Over the next several days, the scratching had gotten louder and more intense, as if something was trying to tunnel its way through the wood. One day, she opened her closet door and found claw marks on the other side. Claw marks that were 6 feet off the ground. Claw marks that looked like they'd been made by fingernails. The horror had really started for Mrs. Garrity about a week after she had first heard the scratching sounds. One night, she had awoken to a voice softly calling for her, a voice that seemed to be coming from the locked closet door. She was bewildered, even more so because she recognized that voice. It belonged to Bill, her dead husband. Bill's voice had pleaded for her to open the closet door, telling her that God had sent him down to take her up to heaven, where they could be together again, and young, like they used to be, forever. At this point, Jerry had looked at me, wide-eyed, from the other side of the couch. Then what happened? I prodded her gently. I thought I was dreaming, Mrs. Garrity said. I thought it had to be a dream. Poor Bill had been gone for 3 years, and since I was having a dream, I didn't see no harm in doing what he was asking me to. I got out of bed and went to the closet. I reached for the lock, but then I stopped. Something didn't seem right. It was Bill's voice, and it seemed perfectly normal. But somehow, it was wrong too. The way he was talking, it wasn't like how Bill used to talk. It was like a stranger was using Bill's voice, trying to trick me into opening that closet door. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Actually, nothing she was telling us made sense, but we just asked her to continue telling her story. Bill, or whoever or whatever was using his voice, had continued to beg her to unlock the closet. When she had refused, the voice had changed, becoming harsh and belligerent. It had angrily demanded she open the door, and when she had still refused, it had begun to shout at her, using profanity and making obscene threats, before beginning to pound violently on the door. The voice had begun to change, no longer sounding like her late husband's. It had become deeper and distorted until it didn't sound human. In terror, she had fled her bedroom and spent the night on the couch downstairs. Eventually, the pounding and the threats had stopped. Mrs. Garrity, Jerry politely interrupted her at this point. Why didn't you just call us at the police station when this happened? She was silent for a moment. Then a small, bitter smile formed on her lips. I thought you'd think I was just imagining it, she told us. I know people in town think I'm a crazy old lady, and I've had you all out here so many times before for things that turned out to be nothing. I thought maybe it was all in my head, and I didn't want to bother you about it. Things had escalated pretty quickly from there. The pounding and threats had continued every night. She had been too scared to sleep in her bedroom and had started sleeping on the living room couch. Then one night, the pounding had begun, not just on her bedroom closet door, but all the closet doors in the house, all at the same time. Like there were people in all of them trying to get out all at once, she told us. But it was the same voice in every closet, the same horrible voice. In fear, she had nailed all the closet doors shut to keep the thing, whatever it was, from coming out to get her. Then, about 2 weeks ago, something even more terrifying had happened. She had been in her bathroom and was washing her hands in the sink when she had looked up into the medicine cabinet mirror. Here she paused. "What did you see?" Jerry asked her. "I saw it," she said in a choked whimper. "I saw its face instead of my own. It was wearing a black robe with a hood, and its face was just a grinning skull. A skull with horns. Its eyes were red. The eyes of the devil himself. I don't mean I saw it standing behind me in the mirror. It was in the mirror itself." I felt a shiver crawl up my spine. It reached out of the mirror. It didn't have hands. It had claws and tried to grab me. In horror, she had thrown a bottle of lotion at the mirror, shattering the glass, then, to be safe, had done the same to all the other mirrors in the house. "How could you stay in this house with all that happening to you?" I asked her. She shrugged sadly. "I don't have anywhere else to go, and no one who will take me in. The nights were awful, but it was always better during the days. At least then I could get some sleep. It always stopped by morning, and never happened during the day." She suddenly shuddered. "Until 3 days ago. Then it started happening all the time, day and night. I wasn't safe no matter what time it was. It had all come to a head late this morning. The pounding had gradually gotten more violent and forceful until all the closet doors were rattling in their frames. Mrs. Garrity knew that even with the boards nailed over them, it was only a matter of time until that thing broke through. In desperation, she had begun praying and reading from the Bible, which had only caused the entity in the closet to laugh at her mockingly. And finally, she had gotten out Bill's shotgun and fired it through the closet door. For a minute or so, there wasn't a sound, she told us. I started to think it was finally over. Then, I saw those red eyes burning in the dark, in the hole the shotgun had made. It chuckled, and it said one word to me. "What word did it say?" I asked her. "Tonight," she said, and began to tremble. She lowered her head into her hands and began to sob again. Jerry and I were silent for some time, trying to absorb what she had just told us. We looked at each other, deeply troubled by her story. Neither of us actually believed it, of course, but it was obvious that the poor woman was deeply disturbed. She was having some kind of nervous breakdown. Maybe her frayed grip on reality had finally snapped, or maybe old age was taking its toll on her mind. One thing was clear. It wasn't safe for her to be alone anymore, especially not here. It was not healthy for her. Hell, for all we knew, maybe her paranoid delusions were the result of some dangerous form of mold that had formed in the house. Jerry and I excused ourselves for a moment, then stepped outside to talk in private. We both agreed she needed help. She needed to be institutionalized. But for now, it was best she stay somewhere else. We went back in and told Mrs. Garrity she was coming with us. She was going to spend the night in a motel room in town. And tomorrow, Jerry added, we were going to find a priest who would come and exorcise the evil spirit that had been bothering her, getting rid of it once and for all. She broke down again, this time crying in relief, and hugged me and my partner, thanking us over and over again. We drove her to a cheap motel in town and checked her in. Her mental state already seemed to have improved in that short amount of time being away from that house. She smiled and told us she couldn't wait to finally get a night of decent sleep without having to worry about that thing banging on the doors. I think mostly she was just glad she wouldn't have to be afraid anymore of the entity she was convinced was lurking in her house. We both smiled at her and said goodbye, getting in the cruiser and driving away. Our smiles faded as soon as we pulled away from the motel. We both drove in grim silence. We both liked old Mrs. Garrity, in spite of all the time she had made herself a nuisance to the police department with her bogus calls and her erratic behavior. We were sorry her mental state had deteriorated so much to a point that she could no longer look after herself. We told the chief her story when we got back. He sighed sadly and nodded, agreeing that she had to be committed somewhere. Tomorrow, him and me were going to drive out and personally visit her son and daughter and explain to them what was going on. And if they still refused to do what needed to be done, the chief would see it to himself that Mrs. Garrity got the help she needed. We never got the chance. The last time we ever saw Mrs. Garrity was when Jerry and I left her at the motel. Around 4 a.m. the next morning, I was awakened by an urgent phone call from the chief, telling me to get over to the motel as soon as possible. He wouldn't say why over the phone, but I already had a hunch it had something to do with Mrs. Garrity. I felt an awful sense of dread as I got dressed. I wondered if maybe she had taken her own life in the motel room after we'd left her. When I arrived outside the motel, my fears were confirmed when I saw crime scene tape blocking the door to Mrs. Garrity's room. The chief, along with Jerry and Pete and Vance, were gathered outside, along with a couple cops from the state police and a pair of detectives from the city. The chief greeted me with a grave expression as I approached. He told me Mrs. Garrity was gone. At first, I thought he meant she was dead. Then, seeing the solemn look on my face, he clarified himself. She was literally gone. I looked at him, confused. I saw something in his eyes I'd never seen before, something that caused a ripple of fear in my heart. The chief was scared. He told me he didn't know what to make of it himself. People in the neighboring rooms had heard blood-curdling screams and sounds of violence coming from Mrs. Garrity's room around 2 a.m. Then nothing. They'd called the police department. Pete and Vance had been the first to arrive. They had pounded on the door, but there had been no response. They had forced the door open. When they saw what was inside, they had called the chief himself. "What did they find?" I asked him. "Maybe you ought to come see for yourself," he told me, leading to the doorway and under the crime scene tape. He explained to me that they had found no sign of forced entry, and that the door and windows of the motel room had still been locked from the inside when Pete and Vance had showed up. I took a look around, feeling a shiver run through my body. There was fresh blood splattered around the room, on the walls, the floor, bed, even the ceiling. The blood-stained bed sheets had been ripped away from the mattress, as if someone had desperately tried holding on to them as they were pulled out of bed. There were 10 very thin trails of blood on the carpet, leading away from the bed. 10 thin trails of blood that had been made by 10 desperate, terrified fingers, clawing as their owner was dragged away. I followed the bloody finger marks across the floor, away from the bed, to where they ended. At the closet. I looked at them. Then I looked at the chief. He looked back at me, his face hard and impassive, but fear gleaming in his eyes. I approached the closet. The door was standing open, and I stood there, looking in for some time. The closet was empty, completely empty. There wasn't even blood on the floor. And they never found Mrs. Garrity. Hello again. You might remember me from a story I posted here about a year ago, concerning the strange and frightening circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the old Garrity woman back in 2014. Yeah, it's me, the small-town Minnesota cop. I told you in my last post that the Garrity case was the scariest thing that ever happened to me, and that apart from that, nothing much out of the ordinary has ever happened to me in the course of a mostly uneventful and rather dull career enforcing the law in a rural, middle-of-nowhere hick town most of you have probably never even heard of. Well, until about a week ago, that was mostly true. Mostly. But, in the light of recent circumstances, I feel like I have a new story I have to share with you. But first, I have to back up a bit and tell you about something that happened about 3 years ago. It was a strange thing, but at the time I wrote the first story, it hardly seemed important enough to warrant mentioning. Cops get used to dealing with all kinds of weirdos, people reporting and confessing to false crimes and things of that sort. Usually it's a pissed-off wife trying to get her husband in trouble with a bogus domestic abuse claim, and the rest are cranks seeking attention. People confessing to murders they didn't commit, etc. I'm sure police departments in the big cities have to put up with crap like that all the time, but even small-town departments get it once in a while. It was, I believe, late June or early July of 19. I was on the night patrol at the time. I usually work the day, but I was filling in for Vance because he was out to get his appendix removed. Joe, a rookie we took on just the year before, was doing the day patrol with my partner, Jerry. It was an early summer evening, and I was in the office shooting the breeze with the chief and Pete, just getting ready to punch in for my shift, when a woman appeared in the police station, surprising us. I say appeared because afterwards, when the three of us discussed what happened, we were all in agreement that none of us had seen or heard her enter the room. It was as if one moment she wasn't there, the next she was. She was young, maybe late teens or early 20s, slender, and might have been pretty, but you wouldn't have known that looking at her in her current condition. For one thing, she was soaking wet. I mean, absolutely drenched, head to foot. Her dripping hair was matted and tangled all around her face, and her dress, which I noticed looked kind of old-fashioned, was saturated. She was panting, completely out of breath, as if she had just run a mile, and her eyes were frantic and wide with fear. Another thing I noticed was she was very pale, unnaturally pale. I mean, her skin looked bone white. I guess we were all pretty taken aback by her appearance. For a few seconds, the three of us, Me, Pete, and the chief just gaped at her in shock. "Please," she gasped at us. "You have to help me." The chief, who had been sitting at his desk working on a jigsaw puzzle, it had been a pretty slow night, found his voice. "What seems to be the problem, ma'am?" he asked, a little awkwardly. "Someone kidnapped me. I managed to get away. I think they were going to kill me." We all exchanged a sober look. Things like this didn't happen very often in our town. "Why don't you have a seat and tell us all about it, ma'am?" the chief asked her politely and gestured to an empty chair next to his desk. She sat down, trembling slightly, as if she was cold. The chief told Pete to go get a blanket for her. There was a supply of them in the basement of the municipal building, where the police department was located, which also served as an emergency shelter in bad weather. Pete went to fetch one. The chief asked the young woman if she would care for some coffee, gesturing to the pot sitting on a table across the room. "No, thank you," she said distantly, looking past him into space, distracted or maybe in shock. "What's your name, miss?" the chief asked her. "Shirley," the young woman stammered. "Shirley Ann McDougal." The chief took a police report form out of his desk drawer and jotted that down. Pete came back into the office carrying a blanket, which he offered to Shirley Ann McDougal. She thanked him and wrapped it gratefully around her shoulders, but continued to shiver through the interview, as if it was impossible for her to warm her body back up. "How old are you, Miss McDougal?" the chief asked her. 19. He wrote that down. "Where do you live?" "Right here in town." "And how long have you lived here?" "My whole life." At this, the chief frowned a little. He threw a questioning look at Pete, who shrugged, then me. I shook my head. I could see what was bothering the chief. When you've been a cop in a small town for long enough, you get to know most of the people who live in your jurisdiction. I'd been a cop for 10 years at that point. Pete, who was older than me, had been one for close to 20. And the chief, who was older than both of us, had been one for nearly 40. And yet, none of us had ever seen this woman, who claimed to have lived here her whole life, or heard of her, before this night. "What's your address, Miss McDougal?" the chief asked her. "I live with my parents, in their apartment, above the hardware store they own, McDougal's Hardware on Main Street." That was when I knew there was something really off about this whole deal. There was no McDougal's Hardware on Main Street. In fact, I had never heard of anyone named McDougal ever living in the area. The chief was looking at Shirley strangely, but he continued doing it by the book and didn't miss a beat. "Now, Miss McDougal, you can call me Shirley," she interrupted softly, still staring off vacantly at nothing in particular. "Shirley, why don't you tell us exactly what happened tonight?" So she told us, and her story only got stranger and stranger. "I was coming back home from the movies. Me and my friends had gone to see the new Martin and Lewis comedy at the Mayan." "Whoa," Pete interrupted her at that point, raising his hand. "I'm sorry, you say you went to the Mayan?" "Yeah, to see Martin and Lewis." "Martin and who?" "You know, Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. We went to see their new film, Partners. It just opened last week. Pete met eyes with me. The look on his face was a combination of confusion and bewilderment. He mouthed the words, "What the fuck is going on?" at me. Shirley went on. Anyway, I was walking back home to my parents, and I stopped at Beckman's drugstore to get a chocolate malt first. Beckman's drugstore. That rang a bell somewhere in some distant corner of my memory. I dug for it, and after a moment, it came back. Beckman's had been a pharmacy here in town when I'd been a little kid. An independent, family-run drugstore complete with an old-time soda fountain like something you would have seen back in the 1950s. It had been owned and operated by the Beckmans for 3 generations, until the last of them, old Clyde Beckman, had died back in the late 90s. His kids had sold the business, and now there was a CVS where it had once stood. I felt a shiver creep up my spine. I was going into the store, but a man approached me outside. He was an older man, maybe in his late 40s, silver hair. He was dressed like a priest and had a crutch under one arm. He asked me if I could help him. He said his wallet had fallen under the seat of his car, and he wanted to know if I'd help get it out for him. He was very polite. He seemed harmless, and I felt sorry for him, because of the crutch. He led me over to his car. "What kind of car was it, Shirley?" The chief interrupted her. She thought about it for a few seconds. I think it was a Buick. Yeah, it was a dark Buick. A couple years old, maybe a 53 or 54. A 1953 or 1954 Buick that, according to Shirley McDougal, was only a couple years old. What the fuck was this? Was this chick on something? Was she nuts or pulling some stupid prank? I searched her face, trying to detect a lie, but she seemed genuinely shaken up by whatever she'd been through. "Did you see a license plate, Shirley?" the chief asked her. I just caught a glimpse as we were going around it. I didn't see the numbers, but I noticed it was an out-of-state car. I think the license plate said Oklahoma. "Then what happened, Shirley?" The chief prodded her gently. I knelt down and was feeling beneath the driver's seat for his wallet. And then she paused and took a long, shaky breath, then exhaled it sharply, as if mustering her courage to recall her ordeal to herself. Something hit me in the head. Hit me hard. It was him, the man dressed like a priest. He hit me from behind, I think with the crutch he was carrying. He hit me again. I was stunned, dazed. I think I might have even lost consciousness for a few moments. And when I came to, he was dragging me around to the back of his car. I tried to fight him off, but he slapped me in the face and told me to shut up or he'd kill me. He called me a... She hesitated. I'd rather not repeat what he said. He lifted the lid of his trunk and shoved me inside, then slammed it shut. I was screaming at the top of my lungs and pounding against the trunk, but he'd already gotten back in and started the car. Then he was driving. I was screaming and crying, praying, begging him not to hurt me. I told him I wanted to see my parents again. He just kept driving. I don't know how long he drove. A long time, maybe an hour. But then something happened. He had an accident. I heard him shout in alarm, then the car swerved sharply. I could hear the tires shriek. We went off the road. The next thing I knew, the trunk was filling with cold water. We must have crashed into a lake or a pond. I was panicking, pounding, trying to force the trunk open. Then, I don't remember. It just went black for a while. The next thing I remember is splashing around at the surface of the water. I don't know how I managed to get out. I swam to the shore and climbed back onto the road, and just started walking back into town. Her story finished, and Shirley fell silent. She lowered her head, shuddering. None of us knew what to say. We stood there, trying to make sense of what she'd told us. I looked at Pete, then at the chief. The chief looked back at me, a disturbed expression on his face. "May I use the telephone?" Shirley asked, looking up. "I want to call my parents to tell them I'm all right." "Of course, Shirley. Just give us 1 minute. We want to run this guy's description out on the radio, get an APB going so we can catch this creep," the chief told her in a slightly patronizing manner as he stood up, gesturing for me and Pete to follow him. He led us out of the office and shut the door. "What the fuck is she talking about, Chief?" Pete asked him in a sotto voce. "The Mayan Theater went out of business when I was a kid, 30 years ago. There's a liquor store there now." "Yes, and McDougal's hardware is long gone, too," the chief replied. "Long before your time, either of you. It burned down when I was a kid, back in 67, I think, maybe 68. And the McDougals went up in flames with it. Died in their sleep." Pete and me took a moment to absorb that. "So what the fuck's her deal? Is she crazy or strung out or what?" The chief shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe something really did happen to her tonight, and the trauma caused a psychotic episode. Dissociative identity disorder, or whatever they call it." He opened the office door and motioned us back in. Shirley McDougal, or whatever her name really was sitting beside the chief's desk. She looked up as we re-entered. "Can I call my parents now?" she asked urgently as the chief sat back down. "They must be worried sick about me." "Shirley," the chief said, staring at her thoughtfully. "Who's the current U.S. president?" She blinked at him. "What?" "Dwight Eisenhower. What's that have to do with anything?" The chief looked at her for what seemed like a long time. "Shirley," he asked her softly, "do you know what year it is?" She gave him a puzzled look. "Excuse me?" "Do you know what year it is?" 1956. Why do you ask?" "No, Shirley," he said gently, looking at her with compassion. "It's not 1956. It's 2019. 1956 was 63 years ago." She looked at him, confused. 2019? What are you talking about? Are you crazy?" "Look at the calendar behind me, Shirley," he told her, pointing at the bulletin board on the wall above him. Looking at him suspiciously, Shirley stood and approached the calendar. She stood directly in front of it, staring for some time. Then she backed away, her eyes widening in disbelief. "No, this is some sort of trick. It has to be," she stammered, terrified and confused. "Shirley," the chief said, pointing at the computer on his desk. "Have you ever seen one of these before?" but Shirley ignored him. Her attention had shifted to a large map of the United States on the opposite wall. She stepped up to it, studying it intently. Hawaii and Alaska, she muttered quietly to herself. She moved to the window and looked outside at the parking lot. The cars, she said, her voice rising in panic. What's wrong with the cars? Why do they look so different? We stood by the chief's desk, just watching her, dumbfounded and not knowing how to react. Shirley turned to face us, beginning to shudder. She fell to her knees, clutching her midsection, her breath heaving in and out like she was hyperventilating. I think I'm gonna be sick, she uttered in a low, choked voice. Please, show me where the ladies' room is. I'm gonna be sick. Pete looked to the chief, who nodded, grim-faced. Pete helped Shirley to her feet and escorted her out of the office. He looked back at us and Chief mouthed at him, "Keep an eye on her." Pete nodded, then they stepped through the door and out of sight. A long, awkward moment of silence passed with the chief sitting at his desk, distractedly toying with a piece of his jigsaw puzzle, and me standing there, both of us trying to wrap our heads around what had just happened. The entire encounter, from the moment the soaking wet woman had entered the police station to when Pete had taken her to use the restroom, had lasted no more than 20 minutes. I finally broke the silence, forcing out a nervous laugh to try to lighten the mood. Weird night, huh? I said to the chief. He just grunted in response, seeming preoccupied with something. So, who should we call? The state cops or the hospital? I asked. He didn't answer me. He was still lost in thought, staring intently straight ahead. What's on your mind, Chief? Something that just dawned on me a couple minutes ago, just when Pete and her were leaving. He looked at me, troubled. 1956 was 2 years before I was born, but McDougal's hardware store was still in town until I was 9. My parents used to do business with the McDougals, and I remember something from when I was a kid, overhearing my parents talking. Something about the McDougals having a daughter that vanished under mysterious circumstances. I looked at him. Come on, Chief. You're not telling me you're actually buying into this thing, are you? It wouldn't be the first time something strange has happened in this town, he said, giving me a pointed look. I think you know what I'm talking about. I didn't answer him, but I did know what he was talking about. In my mind, I saw images I cared not to remember. A blood-spattered motel room, sheets torn from the bed, bloody claw marks on a carpet trailing off and stopping abruptly at an empty closet. I shuddered at the memory. Suddenly, there was a commotion from down the hall. Pete was yelling for both of us to come quick. Shit, what now? I muttered as we hurried out of the office. Pete was standing down the hall, just outside the women's restroom. He looked rattled. She's gone, he said as we got closer. What the hell do you mean she's gone? The chief demanded. See for yourself, Pete answered and pushed open the restroom door. We looked in. All 3 stalls were standing with their doors open, vacant. The chief turned to Pete. Well, where the hell did she go? I thought you were watching her. Hey, Chief, I was standing right here outside the whole time. I swear it. Pete insisted, looking anxious and scared. He muttered something to himself, something I couldn't quite make out. I asked him to repeat it. He looked at me. I'd never seen Pete look so frightened before in my life. I said, she was cold. When I was helping her up to go to the restroom, my hand touched her arm. It was so cold. It was like touching the skin of a corpse. The chief shot me a grim look, which I reciprocated, feeling a stirring of fear in the pit of my stomach. This was too much like what had happened back in 14. The chief and I entered the women's room and looked around. There wasn't much to see and no obvious place to hide. 3 empty stalls and a sink. There was a small window directly above the sink, and I approached it, certain I was going to find it locked. But the latch was unfastened. I felt a weird sense of relief at that this avenue of denial, this fallback position of logical explanation, hadn't been blocked. Because otherwise... "Chief," I said, "window's unlocked." "Outside, quick," he ordered me. Me and Pete hastily followed him down the hallway to the main entrance of the municipal building. The police department was on the ground level, and that's important. We went outside and looked around. All we saw was the front lawn of the municipal building and Main Street beyond it, mostly deserted on this early summer evening. The window in the women's restroom faced the left side of the building. We went in that direction, but when we turned the corner, there was nothing there. No sign of the mysterious young woman who called herself Shirley McDougal. I looked up. The window was about 10 feet above the ground, and while small, it was not impossible for someone with a smaller build, like Shirley, to have squeezed through it. What I'm getting at is it was conceivable for her to have escaped out the window, dropped to the ground below, and then disappeared into the night. The grass had been recently mowed and it hadn't been raining, so the ground hadn't left any footprints we could see to determine which direction she had gone. We looked at that window for some time, and finally, the chief lowered his head and emitted a slightly shaky chuckle. She must have closed it behind her before she jumped. "Guess she was nuts, huh, Chief?" Pete said. "Guess so. Or lying, or on drugs, or who the hell knows." But that troubled, disturbed look was still in the chief's eyes, and I think he was trying to rationalize what had just happened as much as I was. "Let's go back inside," he told me and Pete, and that's just what we did. It was easier for us to believe that we had just been dealing with some deeply disturbed young woman, or a flake looking for attention, because otherwise we would have to accept that, what? We'd been questioning a ghost that summer night? The chief did report the incident to the state police and they put out an alert for her, but nothing ever came of it, and we never saw or heard from Shirley Ann McDougal ever again. I did some research in my free time, just out of curiosity, or so I told myself, searching online and looking through old newspapers and town records. There really had been a young woman named Shirley Ann McDougal, the 19-year-old daughter of Wilbur and Harriet McDougal, the owners of McDougal Hardware. And she really did disappear one night back in early August of 1956, never to be seen or heard from again. But for all I know, the crazy woman we had dealt with had known about the case and incorporated the details into her delusion. There were no pictures, if you were wondering. I looked but couldn't find anything in the newspapers. I even tried locating any of Shirley's surviving relatives, to no avail. It had been over 60 years, and presumably all the family photographs had been destroyed in the fire that killed her parents. I forced it all out of my mind. I was a police officer, and there were more pressing matters to deal with. Eventually, I forgot all about my strange encounter with Shirley McDougal. Then, last week, I went into the station to start my usual shift. The chief beckoned me into his office, his face pale and grave. He didn't say anything, just pointed to the newspaper on his desk. I picked it up and looked at the headline. Lake yields dark secret after 66 years. The temperature in the chief's office seemed to drop 10 degrees as I read the story. One town over, some guy in a boat had been trying out his new fish locating sonar and had inadvertently stumbled upon an old car at the bottom of the lake, 20 feet down. He went to the police and they had hoisted the car to the surface. An old, battered, rusted wreck that had once been a 1953 Buick. A set of skeletal remains belonging to a man had been found in the driver's seat. The old Buick had an Oklahoma plate, and when the authorities ran it through the system, they discovered the vehicle was a match for a car registered to a man the FBI had been looking for back in the mid-1950s. A drifter and convicted sex offender they suspected of being a serial killer, or a spree killer as they called them back then, who was believed to have abducted and murdered up to 10 young women in 6 different states. His last intended victim had managed to escape. She claimed a man dressed as a priest had tried to lure her into his car and then overpower her. This had happened in Iowa, 1 state away from Minnesota. And after that, he had just vanished off the FBI's radar. When they conducted a more detailed inspection of the wrecked Buick, they made a further gruesome discovery. A second skeleton was found in the trunk. A skeleton belonging to a young woman. We meet again. Once more, it's me, the small-town Minnesota cop with an unfortunate penchant for getting himself mixed up with the bizarre, possibly supernatural, and sometimes downright terrifying things that occasionally happen when he's not busy handing out speeding tickets or breaking up bar fights, and once in a while throwing a drunk farmer in a jail cell for giving his wife a broken nose because the Vikings lost to the Giants during the big game. They say bad things come in threes, so I suppose I should have seen this coming. Yeah, it happened once again to yours truly. But after this time, I'm giving serious thought to just calling it quits and ending my career in law enforcement. Maybe getting a job as a park ranger or a fishing guide. This was the worst one yet. Worse than the Garrity disappearance back in 14, and my strange encounter with the mysterious young woman who called herself Shirley Ann McDougal back in 19. Worse than both of them combined, even. I'm pretty shaken up by this recent one. Hell, to be perfectly honest, I'm fucking scared. Not so much by what happened, but by the implications of it. If there's any truth to this one, then, well. It happened last Friday night. I wasn't even on duty when it happened. It was my night off. Things have changed since the last time we got together. The chief retired last fall after over 40 years. Ostensibly, it was because of health issues, but I have my doubts. He still seemed pretty spry and healthy the last time I saw him at the retirement party we threw him at the station. He took his wife and moved to Colorado to live out his golden years as God intended, with a fishing rod in one hand and a can of hams in the other, as he put it. He was grinning when he said it, but it seemed a little forced, and there seemed to be some other expression lurking beneath the grin, and in his eyes. Something dark and haunted. I think maybe the denouncement of the McDougal case was the last straw for him. They ID'd the skeleton they found in the trunk of that rusted old Buick through old dental records and DNA after someone provided the state police with an anonymous tip to the young woman's identity. And yep, sure enough, it was Shirley. I don't think it was just her and poor old Mrs. Garrity that was getting to him either. I have to remind myself that the chief had been on the force a hell of a lot longer than me and Jerry and Pete and Vance. And God only knows what he encountered during that time. He probably has his own share of stories to tell, if he was so inclined. Anyway, when the chief stepped down, Vance took his place due to seniority. He's a competent cop with enough experience to make a decent replacement, but it's just not quite the same, and I don't think I'll ever think of him as the chief. Vance's first order of business, with the town council's approval, was to expand the police force in order to keep up with the town's increasing population. He hired 3 new officers. He also persuaded, or pressured, the council to increase the police department's budget, and with the extra funds, we got some much-needed new cruisers, gear, and even radios. The downside to all these improvements was that with 3 extra warm bodies, there weren't as many hours to go around, so my work schedule had been cut back some. I can't really complain. I'm a single guy, I own my own place, and town living is cheap. Plus, I really did need a break. So, last Friday night, I was driving down one of our many rural country roads on my way into town with no other objective than to buy a case of beer and get drunk watching TV. It was just past 8 p.m., a pleasant spring evening with a clear, starry sky. I had the radio on, listening to an old Black Hawk song I liked as a kid, the one about the guy whose friend moved up in the mountains to paint the world. I glanced at the dashboard clock and saw it was 8:08 p.m. I reached for a cigarette from the pack of Winstons on the passenger seat. And suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light that filled all the windows of my car. Bright, white light that seemed to fill the entire world. It was like being at ground zero at the moment of a nuclear explosion, in the millisecond before the blast vaporizes your entire body. I shouted and slammed on the brakes, raising an arm to shield my face, squeezing my eyes shut. I thought for sure I was about to die. The Black Hawk song playing on my radio cut off abruptly. I sat there for probably at least a minute, my heart racing, hearing nothing but silence. Finally, I cautiously opened my eyes. The light was gone. Everything was back to normal. Jesus, I muttered to myself. What the fuck was that? Bewildered, but relieved to be alive, I put my foot back on the gas pedal. But my car wouldn't move. The engine had stopped. I turned the key over and over again, but it wouldn't start. My car was dead. Shit. I got out, popped the hood, and raised it to inspect the engine. My car was only 3 years old, and I just had it serviced last month. I couldn't figure out what the hell was wrong with it, but then again, I'm a police officer, not an auto mechanic. Frustrated, I pulled out my phone to call AAA, but my phone wouldn't turn on. Like my car, it was also dead, even though the battery was still more than half charged. Now I was really getting pissed off. I was still 3 miles from town, stranded in the middle of nowhere with no way to call for help. This was turning into a pretty shitty evening. I stood there for a couple minutes and was just about resigned to the fact that I was going to have to walk the rest of the way into town and call a tow truck, when fortune smiled. I saw a pair of headlights coming down the road, approaching from the direction of town. I waved down the driver, and as the car got closer, I realized it was one of the town's new police cruisers. It slowed down, and I saw the driver was none other than my regular partner, Jerry. I didn't spare the time to consider what an unusual coincidence this was. I was just overjoyed that now I didn't have to go on foot to get my car towed. My relief was short-lived, though. Before I could open my mouth to explain my troubles, I saw the look on Jerry's face. He looked deeply worried, and more than a little scared. "Jesus Christ," he said when he saw me. "Where the fuck have you been? We've been trying to get a hold of you for almost an hour." "Bad luck. My car broke down and my phone died." I stopped abruptly as his words registered. "Wait, what the hell do you mean almost an hour? My phone just died like 10 minutes ago. Vance has been ringing your phone since 8:15. I even tried calling you myself. I was just heading your way to see what the hell happened to you." I looked at him, confused. "Jer, I've only been stuck here for 10 minutes at most." "Well, maybe your phone conked out before your car did and you didn't notice." "No, it happened almost simultaneously. It was the craziest fucking thing. What the hell time is it anyway?" He glanced at his dashboard. 9:06. This threw me for a loop. "What?" "Jerry, that shit is not possible. I saw the time right before my car broke down. It was 8:08. There's no way I've been standing here for the better part of an hour." I was so bewildered by now that I'd almost entirely forgotten about that strange, blinding flash of light that seemed to presage my car breaking down. "Shit, man, I don't know what to tell you," Jerry answered with a shrug. "All I know is we've been trying to get a hold of you for damn near an hour." "Why have you been trying to call me?" I asked him with slowly dawning trepidation. Jerry looked at me gravely. There was an all too familiar expression of fear on his face, one I recognized from that day nearly a decade before, when we had driven out to Mrs. Garrity's farmhouse. "Something's happened to the Barker family," he said. "They're missing. It looks like a home invasion, abduction type deal." "Shit," I muttered. The Barkers in question were John and Sophie, a couple who lived on the outskirts of town, coincidentally not terribly far from where old Mrs. Garrity had once lived, and their 3 children. John Barker worked at a tractor supply store in the next town. He continued. "The chief, meaning Vance, wants everyone available. It's an all-hands-on-deck situation." He looked away from me, gulping nervously. I could tell he was holding something back. "What aren't you telling me, Jer?" I asked him warily. He sighed. His expression was almost apologetic. "You better brace yourself. It looks like another weird one." I groaned. "Get in. I'll fill you in on the way." On the drive to the Barker house, Jerry told me what had happened. Just after 8, the town dispatcher, Monica, our old dispatcher Karen died peacefully 2 years back, received a relay call from 911. The Barkers' youngest daughter, Chloe, who's 6, said she was locked in her parents' room and that someone was inside her house. When asked if she could describe the intruders, all she could say was that the gray men had taken her family and they were in the house looking for her. Before the 911 operator could ask her anything else, Chloe had begun to scream piercingly in panicked horror. Then the line had gone dead. Pete and Joe had been sent, along with 2 of the new town cops, Brandon and Lars, a big blonde Swedish guy, as backup. They had arrived at the Barker residence no more than 5 minutes after the call had been made, but there was no sign of the Barkers. All 5 of them, John, Sophie, Chloe, Jessica, who was 9, and Max, who was 14, were gone. But what they did find there was disturbing. After clearing the house, they had called Vance. "What did they find?" I asked Jerry. "You'll see for yourself in just a couple minutes," he told me, gesturing out the windshield. I looked and saw we were already almost at the Barkers' house. The place was encircled with cop cars, blue and red lights strobing. Jerry parked and we got out. The whole town police force was gathered, along with some detectives from the city, plus a forensics team from the state police, taking pictures and collecting evidence. Jerry led me towards the house, but a burly state trooper blocked my way with a stern expression. "Close crime scene," he barked, in an officious tone. I was confused for a second, then realized, because I technically wasn't on duty, that I wasn't in uniform. "It's cool," Jerry told him. "He's a cop." The trooper raised a suspicious eyebrow, but finally stepped aside. We went up the front porch. The door was standing wide open, but was blocked with crisscrossing strips of yellow crime scene tape. It was dark inside. The power was off. "Check this out," Jerry said, and took out a flashlight, switching it on and shining it on the front door. "Whoa," I said, surprised. "What the hell?" The doorknob was missing from the front door, leaving only an empty hole. Except, I registered after a split second, it wasn't missing. It was melted. A trail of liquefied steel that had since cooled and rehardened led down from the doorknob hole to a puddle on the floor, like candle wax. "It gets weirder," Jerry told me. "The electricity's out in the house, but it doesn't look like an outage. Seems like it was a power surge of some kind. All the light bulbs inside are burst." Hearing heavy footsteps approach behind us, we turned and saw Vance ascending the porch steps. "Thank God," he said upon seeing me. "Where the hell have you been? I was starting to worry you vanished right along with the Barkers." I explained to him my car troubles and how Jerry had just happened along at the right time. "Afraid you can't go in there just yet," he told me when I was finished. "Not until after the state boys are finished searching for clues." "What did Pete and Joe find in there?" I asked him. "Well, Jerry probably already told you. The power's out, but that's not all. Looks like there was some kind of standoff in there. Some of the windows and doors were barricaded, and they found a pile of spent .30-30 shells and a rifle on the floor of the living room. Probably John Barker's rifle, but no sign of who or what he was shooting at. Upstairs, the doorknob of John and Sophie's bedroom, where their little girl made the call, is melted, just like that. He indicated to the front door. The phone was off the hook, dangling on its cord. Pete says it was still swinging when he and Joe entered the room, like she had just dropped it. If they had just gotten there maybe a minute sooner. He shook his head sadly. Something about what he had just told me didn't seem right. You said the phone was off the hook. You mean the girl called 911 on a landline? Yeah. Why didn't they call for help on their smartphones? Everybody's got one these days. It wasn't like they were caught off guard. They had enough time to try barricading the house. Vance shrugged. Who the hell knows? Nothing about this seems to make much sense. Is that it? I asked him. No, there's more. Come around back. I want you to see something. Vance led me around the house into the backyard. I began to detect a smell in the air, the smoky smell of burnt vegetation, a smell I associate with burning leaves in autumn. There were more cops and forensics back here. Most of them were crowded around something about 30 yards in the rear of the house. First, look at this, Vance told me, and pointed to a wooden doghouse beside the back porch. I looked and halted in my tracks. Jesus. The doghouse was squared off with more crime scene tape. A large German shepherd was sprawled on the ground, half in and half out of the doghouse. It was dead, its mouth open, teeth bared in a frozen snarl. His eyes were wide open and staring blankly at nothing. There were no marks on its body, no blood, no immediate apparent cause of death. It was still warm when Pete and Joe found it, Vance told me. What the hell happened here? I said, mostly to myself. You think that's weird? You ain't seen nothing yet, Vance said grimly. He gestured with his head toward the crowd gathered at the edge of the backyard. I approached, and the closer I got, the stronger that smoky, burning leaf smell became. The officers were formed in a loose circle around the perimeter of something, taking pictures and recording videos with their phones. I reached them and saw what was holding their attention. I stood, staring dumbly in shock and incomprehension. Sawhorses had been set up, cordoning off a perfect circle of scorched, blackened earth, about 50 feet in diameter. The grass had been charred to a fine black powder that was still faintly smoking. I rode with Vance back to the municipal building in town, where the police station was located. By then, the story had broken to the nearest news outlets, and there was something of a media circus, if you could call 3 news vans and a corresponding number of reporters and cameramen a circus, outside, along with a number of curious locals. We ignored their questions and entered the municipal building. I changed into a spare uniform I kept in my locker. The state police had already issued a statewide alert for the missing family. The detectives were going to conduct door-to-door interviews with the Barkers' closest neighbors. Vance wanted the town police force to patrol the back roads and be on the lookout for anything that could prove useful in the investigation. In other words, busy work. So we didn't feel like a bunch of dumb hicks standing around with our thumbs up our butts while the real police did all the important work. I entered Vance's office and found him sitting at his desk, in the middle of a conversation with Pete and Joe, who stood on the other side. Vance was telling them how he had just gotten a call from the FBI. A couple suits from the St. Paul branch of the Bureau were on their way. At this, Pete smirked at Joe and began to whistle the X-Files theme, which annoyed Vance, who told him to knock it off. Vance reminded him that 5 people, including 3 children, were missing, and this was no time to be joking around. Abashed, Pete apologized. "Anyway," Vance went on, "I want you and Joe to cruise the roads north of town. Brandon and Lars are already covering the south roads. You," he pointed at me, "are going to ride with Jerry and..." Just then, the radio unit on Monica's desk crackled to life. Lars's slightly Swedish accented voice came through on the speakers. "Come in, dispatch, this is Unit 2. Come in, dispatch, this is Unit 2. Do you copy? Over." Monica spoke into the microphone. "Copy, Unit 2, this is dispatch." "Dispatch, is Chief there? Over." "Unit 2, this is dispatch. Yes, he's right here at his desk. Over." Dispatch, I need to speak to the Chief, urgently. We have a situation out here on Route 9, 3 miles out of town. Over." At the word situation, we all tensed up a bit. Vance got up and quickly crossed over to Monica's desk. He leaned close to the microphone. "Unit 2, this is Vance. What do you mean by situation? Over." Me and Brandon found one of them." Vance's face paled. I felt a skittering sensation in my guts. "Unit 2, what do you mean you found one of them? Clarify. Over." "We found one of the Barkers. The boy, Max. He's alive. Me and Brandon came on him wandering down the side of the road, naked. He's in bad shape. In shock, I think." "Jesus Christ," I heard Pete whisper. Lars went on. "We're taking him back to the station right now. Be there in about 20 minutes. Over." "Copy, Unit 2, Vance said with forced composure, looking stunned by this development. "Bring him in through the rear door. There's kind of a crowd outside and we don't need any unwanted attention. Over and out." "Roger, Chief. Over and out." 20 minutes later, Lars and Brandon guided 14-year-old Max Barker, naked except for a blanket wrapped around him, down the rear service corridor of the municipal building and into the chief's office. Vance had already radioed out the news on the police frequency. Lars wasn't kidding. The kid was a mess. He just shuffled along, moving almost automatically, like a robot. His face was completely blank, mouth gaping dumbly open, eyes vacant. Catatonic. They gently seated him on the couch. Vance dismissed Joe, Lars, and Brandon, telling them to go outside to control the crowd, which was getting agitated. Apparently, one of the news vans had picked up word that one of the Barkers had been found on their scanner. They closed the door behind them, leaving only me, Pete, Vance, and the boy himself. Vance dragged up a chair and sat facing Max. "Max?" he asked him very softly. Max didn't respond. "Max, can you hear me? You're in the police station. It's all right, son. You're safe now." No response. The boy didn't even seem to blink. "What happened to you, Max? What happened to your family?" "Nothing." "Max, please. You have to tell us what happened tonight. It's very important that we know so we can find the rest of your family. The sooner we know, the sooner we can help them." There was a very low, inaudible mumble. It took a moment for me to realize it had come from Max himself. "What was that, Max?" Vance asked, sounding encouraged. He leaned closer. "Please, Max, speak up." "You can't." A weak rasp. Max swallowed hard and tried again, straining, forcing his voice to work. "You can't help them. They're gone." He began to tremble. Tears ran down his cheeks. His tremble became a shudder, causing the blanket pulled around his shoulders to fall down a little, revealing something. Something odd. A small, perfectly rectangular patch of raised pink skin just below his left collarbone. It was about the size of a domino. It looked like a welt or a burn and appeared very fresh. Vance pointed at the mark on Max's shoulder. "How did you get that, Max?" "They did it to me." "Who?" Max's next words made my skin shudder. "The Sky People. That's how they keep track of us." He looked at Vance with an agonized, horrified expression, cheeks streaked with tears. "They took us, just like they did last time. But this time, they didn't bring us back. They kept my family. They would have kept me too, but I tricked them. I played dead, and they dumped me. They need to keep us alive until..." He didn't finish. His shuddering worsened. "Until what, Max?" Vance pressed him. Max was silent. Then suddenly he began to scream hysterically in a panic, making us all jump. He thrashed around wildly, his face suddenly crazed. "They're gonna come back for me. Don't you understand? They thought I was dead, but they'll find out I tricked them, and they'll come back. They'll come back. They'll come back." Vance turned to me, alarmed. "Call an ambulance, now." I pulled out a phone, but before I could dial 911, the door to the office slammed open. Two tall, muscular men in matching black suits and black ties over starched white shirts stood in the doorway. They had identical crew cuts. Their faces were clean-shaven and totally expressionless. "Hey," Vance said, surprised and angry. "Who the hell are you?" "We're with the government," one of the men replied in a flat, calm voice. "We're taking over this investigation," the other said. "Now, wait a minute," Vance protested. "I'm the town police chief here. I'm in the middle of interviewing a witness. Mr. Barker will be coming with us." The first man overrode him, his voice monotone, and his face perfectly neutral. "God damn it! This is my jurisdiction." "Our authority exceeds your jurisdiction," the second told Vance. Vance stood up to confront them, pointing his finger. "You can't just come in here and..." With shocking speed, the first black-suited man grabbed Vance by the front of his shirt and spun him around, pinning him face first to the wall. "Hey, get your fucking hands off me!" Vance struggled, but the man was stronger. He held him firmly while the second black-suited man crossed the office to where Max was sitting. He had stopped freaking out by then and was just whimpering quietly, seemingly in a daze. Me and Pete just stood speechless, watching this transpire with disbelief. I wanted to speak up, wanted to come to Vance's defense, but was intimidated into inaction. These guys didn't look like someone you wanted to mess around with. The second man helped Max to his feet, and with his arm draped over the boy's shoulder, led the boy unresistingly out of Vance's office. The first man released Vance and followed after his partner, leaving the room without a word, gently closing the door behind him. Vance smoothed out his shirt, pissed off and outraged at being manhandled. Sons of bitches! I can't believe they did that. I'm gonna report their sorry asses to their field office for assaulting an officer. What are we gonna do now, Chief? Pete asked him. That kid was our only lead on whatever the hell's going on. Damned if I know, Vance muttered, running his fingers through his hair, still flustered. It's out of our hands now. The feds have taken over. Just then, someone rapped on the office door. Great. What now? Vance snapped in irritation. He opened the door. A young man and woman in business suits, very clean-cut and professional-looking, stood there. Both of them holding badges. Chief? The man asked. Yeah, who are you? Vance inquired bluntly. I'm Agent Daniel Smithfield. This is my partner, Agent Kira Delaney. We're from the FBI. What? Wait a minute, Vance exclaimed, thunderstruck. If you're FBI, who the hell were those other guys? The two agents glanced at each other, confused. What other guys? The female agent said. Those two big guys in black suits. They were just here not 5 minutes ago. They took the Barker kid with them. The two agents looked at each other again, then back to Vance, perplexed and troubled. We don't know who you're talking about, the male agent replied. There are no other agencies involved in this case that we're aware of. We just arrived in your town less than half an hour ago. The three of us, me, Pete, and Vance, gaped speechlessly at the two FBI agents, utterly baffled. It's been 5 days. Still no leads on the case, and no sign of the missing Barker family. And no idea who those goons in suits were who absconded with Max, or what they wanted with him, or where they could have taken him. One interesting fact came to light after they finished investigating the Barker house. Not only was the house's electrical system completely blown out, but also so was every portable battery-powered device within the house, including the family's mobile phones. That's why the 911 call was made on a landline phone, one of those old non-electric rotary dial ones, which apparently wasn't affected by whatever it was that happened there last Friday night. I don't think anyone's gonna find the Barkers. Not us, not the state police, not the city cops or the feds or anyone else. I think we're looking a little too close to home. And the Barkers are somewhere far, far away. I don't know what the Sky people wanted with them, but I have a bad feeling their intentions are not good. Like I said at the beginning, This is probably gonna be the last time I have to deal with one of these freaky cases. I'm seriously considering turning in my badge and moving as far away from Minnesota as possible. But I wonder if it makes any difference where I go, or how far I travel. You see, what really frightens me about all of this isn't just what happened to the Barkers. It's what I found the morning after, when I was shaving. I spotted something in the mirror. Something on my left shoulder. A perfect rectangle of slightly raised, irritated skin. About the size of a domino. I woke up in the most beautiful little place you could imagine. An old town with merchant houses and cobblestone streets overlooking multiple hills. And on top of one of those stood this small Baroque castle. I'd been ecstatic about coming here for a small weekend trip with my boyfriend for our 1-year anniversary. There's hardly ever any snow in the city where I live, so being here in December, with the smells and lights of the Christmas markets, felt like a dream. When we arrived the day before, the air was crisp and all the people in the hotel, the restaurants and shops were so welcoming. There wasn't any snow yet, but you could smell in the air that it would be coming soon. When I woke up the next morning, the light coming from outside was almost blinding to my sleepy eyes and I felt a headache setting in. I groggily got up from bed to close the blinds when I saw why it was so light out. A white sheet was gently resting on the homes and streets. It should have been beautiful, if it weren't for all the red. Dark red stains on the white snow. Little drops here and there, but then there were whole puddles as well. "Jacob?" I whispered, but my boyfriend didn't react. I repeated his name, louder this time, and he loudly yawned. "What time is it?" he asked. "Come here," I instructed. "It snowed." "That's great, honey. I'll look at it later," he said, and turned around. "Please, come look at this." He slowly got up from bed and walked towards me. When he looked outside, his expression changed from annoyed to wide awake. "What the hell is this?" We stared out of our window. "It looks almost like blood." "Wine, maybe?" he asked, still staring at the window. I shook my head. "I don't think so. And how did it even get there? Everything around looks untouched." Jacob took a deep breath and turned away from the window. "Ava, do you remember anything about last night?" I swallowed. "I remember a lot of mulled wine." "Yeah, same. No idea how we got back here, though." He laughed. Jacob stumbled back to bed. "I'm sure there's a good explanation for it," he mumbled. I kept staring out the window. A couple came into view. They walked down the street of our hotel, right past one of the bigger puddles, but they didn't even look at it. And after a while, I heard Jacob snoring, but I was fixated on the outside. More people came down the street. Some started shoving away the snow in front of their houses. Nobody acknowledged the red snow. After Jacob finally woke up again, we made our way down the creaky wooden stairs to get some breakfast in the cafe. The hotel was small and very old. The entire ground floor had this really ugly red and green carpet, and all the furniture looked like it was from the 80s, but that kind of made it more charming. It almost felt like visiting your grandparents. "Good morning. Did you have a good first night here?" The old gentleman behind the reception greeted us. He had a kind smile on his face and deep wrinkles under his eyes. "Slept like a rock," Jacob said. "But, weird question. Do you know anything about the red marks on the snow outside? I told my girlfriend it was probably wine stains, but..." "Oh, the red snow," the old man chuckled. "It's quite extraordinary, isn't it? Especially tourists seem to enjoy the mystery surrounding it." "Mystery?" I asked. "Well, you see, young lady, there's not a definitive answer as to what causes the red snow. Some say it's drunk folks walking home through the snow while spilling the last bits of their mulled wine. But then there would be footsteps," I said. He pointed his finger in the air. "Ah, yes, very good. Well, the other theory has to do with the red bricks that you see around town. They say that when it snows, some of the flakes drop down the facades, taking some color down, and then drop onto the ground." His gaze started shifting from me to Jacob and back. "And others even say that the sky bleeds over our little town to punish it." "For what?" I asked. "Who knows? Maybe the people who settled here upset the sky gods." The old man chuckled. "But don't you worry. It all gets cleaned up." The old man was right. After we walked out of the cafe where we had breakfast in the town center, there was no sight of red snow anywhere, but I still couldn't get it out of my mind. Jacob and I discussed all the different theories, but finally decided that it was probably a little trick the locals played on visitors. A little mystery to add to the charm of the Christmas town. We spent the rest of the day exploring the town some more. We jumped from shop to shop, simply to avoid the cold. It was also the reason we didn't hike up to the castle. I'd underestimated how freezing it would be. In the center of town was an old church that seemed really popular. I suggested checking it out, but Jacob was against it because he thought it would be boring. And finally, it started getting dark and we made our way to one of the Christmas markets. This market had dozens of small wooden stalls selling little presents and a bunch of different food. There was a small ice skating rink in the middle, and a stage where music was played. The lights and smells of anise and cinnamon pulled you in and made you feel welcome and warm. We had some hot beverages and waffles, and we talked to some other people who were visiting town. Everything was close to perfect. And then, it started snowing. As those little snowflakes fell to the ground, everything around us came to a sudden halt. It felt as if the people around us stopped moving for just a second, and then there was one communal big breath. And that's when everything got out of control. The jolly Christmas music from the stage turned into a distorted mess of sound. The fairy lights started flickering, and suddenly all the people around us started moving in all directions. Some were shouting or screaming even. I was starting to get pushed around, so I grabbed Jacob's arm. "What the hell is going on?" I shouted, my voice trembling with fear. But the look on my boyfriend's face was the opposite. He smiled as a snowflake fell on his face. He smudged it away with his finger and left a trail of blood. "It's the beginning of winter, Ava. he said with an eerie calmness. "Isn't it beautiful?" I don't know what happened inside of me next, but I pushed Jacob away and ran with the crowds. The town was still new to me, and at night I didn't recognize much, so I had no idea where I was going. All I knew was that something was wrong, and that my gut shouted at me to run. On my way through the alleys, I stumbled into a group of people. Their faces were just as calm as Jacob's. A woman smiled and asked me who I was and where I came from. "You're not from here," a man answered before I could say anything. "Who brought you? Are you an offering?" the woman asked. I stumbled back and kept running. I can't say how much time passed until I finally recognized the street where our hotel and Jacob's car were. I didn't have the car key, so I had to get to the room. All I knew was that I wanted to get away from here as fast as possible. The reception was empty, and I ran up the stairs to our room. When I opened the door, I realized that Jacob was already there. And he was not alone. The old man from the reception was with him. My heart was racing, and I contemplated leaving again, but then I thought I might be overreacting. Nothing had happened, and besides, I had nowhere to go. I'd probably be safer here with Jacob. "Ava, it's fine. You can come in." He interrupted my thoughts. I stayed frozen in the door. "What's going on?" I muttered. The old man gave me a sympathetic smile. "You are safe, girl. They have found someone else." "Someone else?" "Another offer." "Grandpa," Jacob said in a stern voice. "It didn't happen. She doesn't need to know," he whispered. "Yes, I fucking need to know. What is going on? Why did you call this man Grandpa?" I shouted. The fear was replaced with a rush of rage. I started moving towards the window. "You don't want to see this, honey. Stay there," the old man said. But I didn't stop until I was almost at the window. And then I saw what they were looking at. At the house opposite the street, a group of people were standing by a big open window that had a flagpole next to it. When I saw what they were doing, my blood froze. They were hanging up a body on the pole. A million thoughts were running through my mind, but before I could act out on any of them, Jacob had already grabbed my arm. He pushed a syringe into my skin, and everything went dark. When I finally opened my eyes, I was sitting in a driving car. It was day. When the memories of the last night came back to me, I grabbed the door handle, but the door was locked. "You want to jump out of a driving car?" I heard Jacob say next to me. His eyes were fixed on the road. My heart was beating so fast that I thought it might jump out of my chest. "Are you all right, honey? You passed out last night after a few too many drinks." "Cut the crap," I interrupted him. "What the actual hell happened last night?" He sighed. "So you didn't forget. What a shame." Regret rushed through me. I should have faked it until we were out of the car. "Don't worry. I'm not gonna hurt you. I actually really like you, Ava. You might not believe me, but that's a requirement." Requirement for what? I whispered. For the offering, of course. Every December on the first weekend, the blood snow arrives, and those 2 nights each need an offering. I'm really sorry, Ava, but if we don't do it, the snow won't stop until it buries us all. He was quiet for a second. I brought you to my old home, Ava, because you matter to me. And it wasn't certain that you would become a sacrifice, only a possibility. But you were lucky. Lucky? I repeated. You weren't chosen. It would have been even better if you got blacked out like on the first night. All would have been fine. But you made things really difficult for me. I'd been dating Jacob for a whole year, and I never realized what was wrong with him. I trusted him too much. I don't even know where this hell town is that we visited. Jacob surprised me with the trip, and I slept all the way when we drove there. Now I understand that he probably drugged me then too. I didn't say anything about that. I didn't confront him any further. All I needed was to get away from him. You said you weren't gonna hurt me. Jacob smiled. I won't. I'll take you back home, or I can drop you off on the way. Grandpa said it would be fine. He said nobody would believe you, even if you told them.